Those persons not having privilege of the floor will please vacate the chamber at this time, and all members and guests in the galleries will please rise as we are led in prayer this morning by Mayor Beverly White from Lewisburg. She is the guest of the lady from the 42nd, Doug at Lavender Bow.
Good morning. It is an honor to serve you this morning. Our Heavenly Father, we come to you on this 100th anniversary of Women's Suffrage Day to thank you and praise you for your continued love and care for us. We come thanking you for keeping us in our battle for equality, for this battle has been yours and not ours. May our young girls and young women of today be encouraged to be our leaders of tomorrow. You, Lord, and you alone are to be praised. You, Lord, have called us to be servants and not be self-serving. Your word in Psalms 139, verses 13 and 14 tells us you already knew who each of us would be. We are yours. Lord, we come to you humbly bowing before you, asking you to guide our hearts and minds to take care of all of your children, because everyone is somebody's child, and help us to be mindful of how we would want our own children to be treated. Lord, help us lead with love, and most of all, respect. Respect for ourselves, respect for others, and respect for the citizens who elected us to serve them. We as servants have been called to do a job to help and not hurt those who are looking at us, to do what is right in your eyes. Our citizens are watching and listening, and our prayer is not to disappoint you or them by our words and actions as public servants. Bless this body present here today and the decisions being made here, that in all of their decisions will be pleasing in your sight. We pray, Lord, for guidance to lead in a way that others will follow in our footsteps and be a shining example of a government of the people and by the people. We thank you, Lord, for this opportunity to serve all of your people. In Jesus' holy and precious name I pray, amen.
Amen. All members and guests will please remain standing as we are led in the Pledge of Allegiance by the lady from the 42nd, Doug at Lavender Bow.
Thank you. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Members and guests may be seated. Reading of the Journal.
Journal of the House of Delegates, Charleston, Friday, February 14th, 2020.
Lady from 36, Doug at East at Burton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that further reading of the journal be dispensed with and it being as approved as being read.
The lady from the 36th asked unanimous consent that further reading of the journal be dispensed with and it be approved as having been read. Are there objections? The chair hears no objections. Reading of the journal be dispensed with. Lady from the 49th for an update on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The changes to the calendar are as follows. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 534 on third reading, special calendar to House calendar. Committee substitute for HB 4155 on third reading, special calendar to House calendar, and committee substitute for House Bill 4690 on second reading, special calendar to House calendar.
Introduction to guests.
Mr. Speaker.
Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the North Gallery, I have visiting with me today my constituent and friend, Jay Taylor, who is representing the Convention of States. If he would stand and the House make him welcome.
We are pleased to have visiting with us in the Capitol today a number of young men and women wearing blue and gold corduroy jackets. These are members of the West Virginia FFA Association who are here today to visit with members of the legislature. Without objection, the chair would invite State FFA President Shelby Silvius from the Hedgesville FFA chapter to lead us through introductions today. None are heard. Gentleman from the 62nd.
Gentleman from the 62nd, Bibby, Delegate Bibby.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce my two grandsons, Owen Miller and Reed Miller, who are here with us as pages, and they're escorted by my daughter and son-in-law in the West Gallery, Sean and Lauren Miller. If you could, please give a round of applause. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 56th, Delegate Howe.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, or Madam Speaker. I have a couple introductions today. Visiting from Mineral County, we have FFA members. If they would stand, please make them feel welcome. Also visiting from Mineral County, we have members of the West Virginia CDL down here exercising their First Amendment rights to defend their Second Amendment rights. If they would stand, and please make them feel welcome. Also here supporting HCR 8, we have our fellow Virginians, Rick Boyer and his family from Campbell County, Virginia, Joe McClung from Giles County, Virginia, as well as Virginians from Roanoke, Bedford, and Allegheny County, Virginias. Please make them feel welcome.
Lady from the 48th, Delegate Waxman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two friends here from Harrison County, Mr. Ken Ackerman and his son Patrick, two of my favorite people from Harrison County. Will all please make them welcome.
Gentleman from the 44th, Delegate Hannon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the Upshur County delegation, I'm pleased to have a page with me today from Buchanan Upshur Middle School, Cheyenne K-Ball, if she would please stand, and the House would make her feel welcome.
Gentleman from the 34th, Delegate Boggs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very happy today to welcome one of the state FFA officers. She's in the North Gallery, and she's also my neighbor over on the on Bonnie Road, close to our farm. Raven Friend. Raven, if you would stand, and the members would please make her welcome.
Gentleman from the 63rd, Delegate Hardy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to recognize I have a page today, Alex Roseman, all the way down from Berkeley County. Would you please stand and you guys give him a hand?
Gentleman from the 22nd, Delegate Maynor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mrs. Speaker. Today we have our former delegate, the God, Guns, and Coal delegate, Rupie Phillips. Will the House please make him feel welcome? Hey!
Gentleman from the 39th, Delegate Bartlett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a guest with me today in the North Gallery, Marlene Reed, who is with the West Virginians for Health Freedom. Would she is standing, and would the House please make her feel welcome? Thank you for being here.
Gentleman from the 21st, Delegate Dean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to have a childhood friend of mine here with me. She's originally from Mingo County, but now her and her husband reside in Berkeley County. Wes and Candace Eddy, if you please make them feel welcome.
Gentleman from the 43rd, Delegate Hartman. 48th, Hamrick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, on behalf of myself and the other delegates from the 48th District, I'd like to welcome our guests from the Harrison County, West Virginia CDL.
Okay.
Ken and Patrick Ackerman were already introduced by Terry Waxman, but with them we have Patrick Moore, Amy Moore, Kieran Moore, Ayla Moore, Sean Moore, Roger Baker, Will Hyman, and Newman Polly. If they could please stand, and the House would make them welcome.
Gentleman from the 43rd, Delegate Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Friends, we have some guests with us today in the West Gallery, and we have Cindy Stemple, Judy Seaman, and Shayna Horrigan. If you guys would please give them a warm welcome. These are ladies from the Randolph County Democratic Women's Club coming down here for Women's Suffrage Day. So if the House would please make them feel very welcome. Thank you.
From the 45th, Delegate Martin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today in the North Gallery, I have some friends, Lavera Gillum, who's the Vice Chairwoman of the Upshur County Executive Committee, Republican Committee, and her husband, Keith Gillum, who's a member of the Upshur County Republican Executive Committee. And they have brought two of their grandchildren today who are pages. And if you would stand, Channing Gillum and Jordan Gillum, and if the House would make them all feel welcome. Thank you.
From the 59th, Delegate Kump.
Thank you. I have several announcements in recognition of guests here today, all of which I'm really proud of. In general, I'm very excited at the presence of the members of the West Virginia Citizens Defense League. I've worked with and for legislatures in multiple states. I have never, ever come across a grassroots lobbying group that's more professional, more persistent, and more right on the Constitution, particularly our Second Amendment. And in that regard, I would like to specifically, and I hope I don't forget some, from our area, Mike Kiesecker and his daughter Hannah, who's fortunate enough to be able to spell her first name backwards. Charles Horst, who is a candidate for the House of Delegates in Berkeley County, whose wife is the bride of Chucky, and Don Forrest, who's also a candidate for House of Delegates in Berkeley County. Kathy Krause, my beloved cousin, who gave my wife to me, to which I will ever be forever grateful. Samson Wright and Sharon Novak, and finally, but not least, Stone Cold Howard Stone. Thank you so much.
From the 28th, Delegate Pack.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In all of the galleries, we have members from the West Virginia CDL from Raleigh County. If they would please stand. We are also joined by members of the Raleigh County Education Association. If they would please stand as well, and the House make them welcome.
From the 20th, Delegate Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, all the way from Kermit, West Virginia, I have two dear friends in the West Gallery here today. Their commitment to our local community and their involvement in Mingo County, it's been invaluable over the years, and I thank you for that. So if Anna Mae Sarton and Peggy Moore would stand up and the House would welcome them today to the Capitol.
From the 42nd, Delegate Lavender Bow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of Delegate Campbell, I have a couple of guests I'd like to recognize. First of all, and she delivered the beautiful prayer this morning, Beverly White is the mayor of Lewisburg. I'd like to acknowledge she is the first African-American woman to hold that office, and she's accompanied by her son, Virgil White. He is the fire chief of the South Charleston Fire Department. Please make them welcome.
From the 17th, Delegate Lovejoy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're joined today in the South Gallery by some heroes from home. These are retired and active firefighters with the Huntington Fire Department. If they'd stand as I call their name, we have Steve McCormick, Forrest Marshall, Scott Mellert, Bob Coleman, John Nicholas. They're joined by Brian Jones and Myron Bogus of the Professional Firefighters of West Virginia. Please make these heroes feel welcome.
From the 13th, Delegate Higginbotham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I have my niece Hannah Higginbotham here to help us commemorate the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment. She is at Polka Middle School in the 7th grade. So if the House would please make her feel welcome, she could be in one of these seats in a few years. You never know.
From the 32nd, Delegate Fast.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have some friends here from Fayette County in support of our Second Amendment rights. If they would please stand and the House make them feel welcome.
From the 50th, Delegate Angelucci.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and don't worry, the last person had some trouble with my name too. On behalf of Delegates Caputo and Longstreth, we'd like to welcome some folks here from Marion County from the Civil Defense League. So wherever they are at in the galleries, if they will stand, and also I don't know if she's in the gallery, but we'd also like to welcome Fairmont State University President Dr. Martin to the Capitol. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
From the 5th District, Delegate Pethel.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Today in the South Gallery, I have students and their advisor here from 100 High School, the FFA. I'd ask they please stand as I call their name: Iris Woodward, Allison Hawkins, and the advisor is Mrs. Annalise Yost. I'd ask that the House give them a warm welcome. And also, Madam Speaker, in the West Gallery, I have two people here from the Wetzel Democratic Women, Kim Frum, the president, and Cecile Feist, and they're here for women's suffrage, the 100th anniversary, and I'd ask you please make them welcome. Thank you.
From the 53rd District, Delegate Jennings.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to introduce to you one of my neighbors, a fire chief and a good friend, Bill LaRue. If you'd stand, and I'd like for the House to make him feel welcome.
From the 28th District, Delegate Cooper.
Speaker, today on behalf of the CDL League, we have two folks visiting from Monroe and Summers County that I know of. First of all is Greg Angel. If you're here, please stand and be recognized, and Mike Wilson from Monroe County. Please make them feel welcome. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
From the 43rd District, Delegate Hartman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We, on behalf of Delegate Thompson and I, we have some folks from Randolph and Pocahontas counties, the West Virginia Citizens Defense League. From Randolph County, we have Ed Brandt, David Clark, Bonnie Webb, and Rick Thayer. And from Pocahontas County, John Lazoik. They're in the North Gallery. If they would stand and the House make them welcome.
From the 2nd District, Delegate DeCirio.
For me for a second. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Joining us today, we have a couple pages in the audience. If they'd stand when I announce your name, Corey Maynard and Juliana Maynard. They had just happened to be my grandchildren. Welcome them here today. And they are accompanied by their mother and father, Corey and Cassie Maynard. And they are under the watchful eye today, if you guys would stand. They're under the watchful eye today of the person that I give all the credit to raising the three daughters that I have to be the fine young women that they are today, and for keeping an eye on me for the last 40 years, my lovely wife, Sandra. If you'd all make them welcome.
From the 4th District, Delegate Canestraro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of Delegate Zukoff and myself in the South Gallery, we have a couple friends from Marshall County here for Women's Suffrage Day and members of the West Virginia Federation of Democratic Women Susan Riley and Rhonda Kaufman. If they would stand, and House, please make them feel welcome.
From the 60th District, Delegate Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the north balcony, my good friend Donald Forst, if he would please rise. Don is the Republican candidate for delegate in District 60. Please make him welcome. And in the north balcony, in the west balcony, my good friend Nathan Harmon and his long-suffering wife, Miss Angie. Nathan is a Republican candidate for sheriff in Berkeley County. Please make him feel welcome.
From the 22nd District, Delegate Jeffries.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of Delegates Maynard and myself, I'd like to welcome Kelsey Mitchum in North Gallery. She's here for West Virginians for Health Freedom. If the House would make her welcome. And also, Madam Speaker, here lobbying for Senate Bill 96 and also keeping a watchful eye on House Bill 4955, we have members of a great grassroots organization that I'm proud to be a member of in all three of our galleries. If all the CDL members would please stand and the House make them welcome.
From the 55th District, Delegate Spinagle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the North Gallery, all the way down from Hardy County today, we have Matthew Wright. Matthew is down here as a state officer for FFA. Will the House please make him welcome?
From the 18th District, Delegate Worrell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of myself, Delegates Linville, Mant, and Rohrbach, on this 100th anniversary of the ratification of the 19th Amendment, we have some ladies from the Huntington Republican Women's Club, Miss Ann Dandelay, Jill Matthews, Bobby Hayes, and Kelly Sabonia. If they would stand and the House would please make them welcome.
From the 1st District, Delegate McGeehan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, on behalf of Delegate Swartzman and myself, I have a few constituents visiting us at the Capitol. I'm not sure which gallery they're in, but one of my dear friends, the president of the West Virginia Citizens Defense League, and my constituent, Ian Masters, if he would stand. Yeah, give him a big round of applause. We've also got some great constituents and great Second Amendment supporters, Scott and Debbie Robertson. They will stand, there they are. And then I've got a great philosophical friend, Kevin Patrick Jr. I believe he's from Morgantown still. There he is. And last but not least, we have a former member again of this body on the floor here. One of the original fighters for the Second Amendment that goes to the mat for it every time he was here in the legislature. And perhaps our next governor, former Delegate Michael Folk.
From the 66th District, Delegate Espinosa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the North Gallery, I see Cassie Hargis. Kathy, if you please stand. Cassie's down here from the Eastern Panhandle. I worked with her mom a few years ago. She's here for FFA Day, so will the House please make her welcome.
From the 6th District, Delegate Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning. I'd like to draw the House's attention to the North Gallery, and I'd like to introduce students and advisors from Tyler County, if they would stand up. Advisor Leon Ammons and Annie Irwin. Students Creed Ammons, Nick Spencer, Garrett Ammons, Naomi Mathers, Cheyenne Jones, and London Wagner. If the House would make them welcome, please.
From the 51st District, Delegate Williams.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In the South Gallery, I've got a good friend of mine here with me today. He's shadowing me, going to see what government looks like here in West Virginia. My good friend, Max Schneider, if he would please stand and if the House would give him a warm West Virginia welcome.
From the 4th District, Delegate Zukoff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have some guests here with us today from the Moundsville Middle School FFA program. It's newly chartered, and they have 160 members already. I'm pleased to introduce Taylor Sipin, chapter president of the FFA, if she would stand. Her mother, Lindsay Hamilton, is with her today, and the FFA advisor, Veronica Milliken-Boggs. Thank you for recognizing them.
From the 19th District, Delegate Hicks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Along with Robbie Thompson, I'd like to introduce 6 pages that are serving from Wayne County today. And pages, if you would, please stand when your name is called. These pages attend Crum Pre-K through the 8th grade, and they are as follows: Maddox Bragg, Aria Maynard, Sarah Sturgill, Isaiah Collins, Andrew Prince, and Reagan Bragg, and they're escorted by their parents who are in the West Gallery. House, please give them a hearty welcome.
From the 19th District, Delegate Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of myself and Delegate Hicks, we have several pages from Wayne Elementary School today. If they would please stand when I call their names. They are Abby Williamson, Sammy Stiltner, Gabe Bowens, Carly Williamson, Mackenzie Blankenship, Kylie Copley, Cole Tiller, and Alexa Bishop. We also have in the South Gallery one of my former students. He's currently a student at WVU. His name is Ethan Cade. If he would please rise and let everybody give him a round of applause. And I'm not sure, but we may have some members of the Wayne County CDL group in the gallery. They usually come out to support issues that are important to them. So if they are, please raise their hand or please stand up and we'll give them a round of applause also. Thank you.
From the 14th District, Delegate Butler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Joining us in the West Gallery, and if these guys would stand as I call their names, we have Kevin and Trevor Foster. They're joining us with West Virginians for Health Freedom and also WVCDL Day. With the House, please welcome them.
From the 51st District, Delegate Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have a group of people who've come down here from Morgantown early this morning, and on behalf of all of the delegates from Monongalia County, I wanted to introduce them. They're here for WVU Climate, Science, and Education Day, and you have a flyer on your desk about that. They'll be here from 2 to 4 p.m. if you'd like to meet with them and talk with them about their research. And they include professors Catherine Williamson, Brendan McNeil, Jim Coatson, and Ned Flagg. And they also include WVU students Katie Stevenson, Elaine Christman, Ethan Cade, Olivia Miller, Zach Griswax, Scott Lopez, Jerry White, Sasha Nyatenko, Lily Farabaugh, Gabe Eubank, Alex Fish, Alexandra Bunn, and Milo McCassey. If the House would please make them welcome.
From the 1st District, Delegate Swartzmiller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a couple announcements on behalf of myself, Delegate McGee, and Delegate DeSerio. We have members of the West Virginia Federation of Democratic Women and President Anna Gillespie from Brooke County visiting today. And also I have Brian Jones from our hometown of Chester, West Virginia, and I'd ask them all to stand in the House to give them a warm welcome. Thank you.
From the 24th District, Delegate Rodriguero.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker.
I have two visitors today. They're former UPS, actually they was bosses. We have Kevin Phillips and Tony Cox. Let's see, Kevin's from Putnam County and Tony's from Cabell County. Would you please stand on the floor, please make these guys welcome.
From the 67th District, Delegate Doyle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure which gallery they're in, but from Jefferson County, we have Tory Poole and a number of people, FFA members from Jefferson High School and Wildwood Middle School. So please, let's make them welcome. If they would stand up, please.
From the 16th District, Delegate Hornbuckle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have a couple of introductions today. First, with us today, ladies and gentlemen, in several galleries, we have the Cabell County Democratic Women. So please make them feel welcome. And secondly, I have a special guest here with me today. Came up here with his mother in Marshall University to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the women's right to vote. I have my son, Mr. Tristan. House, please make him feel welcome.
From the 51st District, Delegate Fleshauer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two introductions I want to make, but first I want to say how much I like the ring, the sound of Madam Speaker, and I hope we don't have to wait 100 years until that actually happens. I have two members of my Democratic Women's Club, the Clinton Democratic Women, who I'm introducing on behalf of all the delegates from Monongalia County, Cindy Jones and Susan Adams. Would they please stand and would the House make them welcome? And I'd also like to introduce the wonderfully dressed former member of the House, Bonnie Brown, who is here to celebrate the 100th anniversary of women's right to vote. She's a 22-year member, Kanawha County. Please give her the warmest possible welcome.
From the 22nd District, Delegate Jeffries.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and my apologies for standing up again. It is my honor to introduce the Doctor of the Day back here in the back of the chamber with me. If he'd stand, Andy Tanner from Charleston, West Virginia.
From the 62nd District, Delegate Bibby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for recognizing me a second time. We have with us today, I'm pleased to introduce him. He's longest serving delegate in West Virginia House, 34 years. Please join me in welcoming Delegate John Overington.
Are there any further introductions? If not, the chair would like to introduce our North Central Region Vice President from Taylor County, Mr. Trevor Swagger. Our at-large Vice President from Jefferson County, Ms. Cassie Hargis. Our Northeast Region Vice President from Berkeley County, Ms. Catherine Melchek. Our Eastern Region Vice President from Hardy County, Matthew Wright. Our Southeast Region Vice President from Summers, Miss Emily Harris. Our Central Region Vice President from Braxton County, Miss Raven Friend. our State Secretary from Putnam County, Ms. Elisa Grady, and our State Advisor, Mr. Nathan Taylor.
Ladies and gentlemen, the chair would ask that we give our guest speaker, Shelby Sylvius, a round of applause for a job well done today. That is a job once held by the chair a number of years ago, and the chair is pleased to say it is one of the finest leadership development opportunities for young people in our state. Reports of standing committees.
Your Committee on Veterans Affairs and Homeland Security has had under consideration House Bill 4511 relating to the exemption for the United States Department of Veterans Affairs medical foster homes. Reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass and that it be referred to the Committee on Health and Human Resources.
Report to be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Health and Human Resources.
Your Committee on Veterans Affairs and Homeland Security has had under consideration House Bill 4589, conducting study for an appropriate memorial for West Virginians killed in the War on Terror. Reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass and that the second reference to the Committee on Government Organization be dispensed with.
The report to be received. Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, the two chairs have conferred on this matter, and I now ask unanimous consent that the second reference of the bill to the Committee on Government Organization be dispensed with.
The lady from the 49th asks unanimous consent that the second reference to the Committee on Government Organization for House Bill 4589 be dispensed with. Are there objections? The chair hears no objections, and that second reference will be dispensed with. Next report.
Your Committee on Veterans Affairs and Homeland Security has had under consideration House Bill 4608 relating to the duties of the Law Enforcement Training and Certification Subcommittee. Reports the same back with amendment with the recommendation that it do pass as amended, that it be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The report to be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Your Committee on Political Subdivisions has had under consideration Committee substitute for Senate Bill 209 relating to annexation by minor boundary adjustment. Reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass, that the second reference to the Committee on Government Organization be dispensed with.
The report to be received. Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, the two chairs have conferred on this matter, and I now ask unanimous consent that the second reference of the bill to the Committee on Government Organization be dispensed with.
The lady from the 49th asked unanimous consent that the second reference to the Committee on Government Organization for Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 209 be dispensed with. Are there objections? The chair hears no objection. That second reference will be dispensed with. Next report.
Your Committee on Political Subdivisions has had under consideration House Bill 4396 relating to reporting suspected governmental fraud, House Bill 4402 relating to designation of early voting locations, House Bill 4715 authorizing municipalities to take action to grant certain fire department employees limited power of arrest, House Bill 4797 authorizing municipalities to enact ordinances that allow the municipal court to place a structure, dwelling, or building into receivership, and House Bill 4946 eliminating the requirement that municipal police civil service commissions certify a list of 3 individuals for every position vacancy. Reports the same back with the recommendation that each do pass, that to be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The report will be received and each bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Your Committee on Political Subdivisions has had under consideration House Bill 4070 compensating counties for state-owned lands through payments in lieu of taxes. Reports the same back with amendment with recommendation that it do pass as amended, that it be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on Political Subdivisions has had under consideration House Bill 4638 modifying the authority of medical examiners regarding the disposition of bodies. Reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass, that it be referred to the Committee on Health and Human Resources, then the Committee on Judiciary.
The report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Health and Human Resources, then the Committee on Judiciary.
Your Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration House Bill 4039 providing limitations on nuisance actions against fire department and emergency medical services, House Bill 4529 relating relating to the collection of assessment and the property of liens on property within a resort area, and House Bill 4777 relating to the right of disposition of remains, reports the same back with recommendation that each do pass.
The report will be received.
Originating in the Committee on Judiciary is House Bill 4956 relating generally to the partition of real property. It's reported with the recommendation that it do pass.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Judiciary has had into consideration House Bill 4422, the Patient Brokering Act, House Bill 4593, authorizing the assignment of poll workers to serve more than one precinct under certain circumstances, and House Bill 4852 relating to the penalties for the manufacture, delivery, possession, or possession with intent to manufacture or deliver methamphetamine. Reports back committee substitutes, therefore, with recommendation that the committee substitutes each do pass.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration House Bill 4009 relating to the process for involuntary hospitalization, House Bill 4015 relating to broadband enhancement and expansion, and House Bill 4594 allowing poll workers to be appointed to work in precincts outside their county. Reports back committee substitute, therefore, with the recommendation that the committee substitutes each do pass.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources has had under consideration House Bill 4514 permitting the use of leashed dogs to track mortally wounded deer or bear. Reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources has had under consideration House Concurrent Resolution 75 naming the highest peak on Wolf Creek Mountain in Monroe County, Boone's Peak. Reports the same back with amendment with recommendation that it be adopted, that it be referred to Committee on Rules.
The report will be received and the resolution will be referred to the Committee on Rules.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration House Bill 4749 providing more efficient application processes for private investigators, security guards, and firms, House Bill 4864 relating to performance review of state agencies and regulatory boards, and House Bill 4865 requiring certain boards that seek to increase a fee or seek to impose a new fee to also submit cost-saving measures. Reports the same back with the recommendation that each do pass.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Government Organizations had under consideration House Bill 4747 extending electronic submission of various applications and forms for nonprofit and charitable organizations, professionals, and licensees. Reports back committee substitute, therefore, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration House Bill 4697 removing the restriction that a mini distillery use raw agricultural products originating on the same premises. Reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 339 authorizing DHHR promulgate legislative rules. Reported with the recommendation with amendment that it do pass.
The report will be received. Are there further reports of standing committees? If not, reports of select committees. Message from the executive.
Delegate Hanshaw, Mr. Speaker, presents a communication from His Excellency the Governor advising on February 14, 2020, he approved House Bill 4103, House Bill 4393, Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 311, and Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 357.
The report will be received. Message from the Senate.
The Clerk of the Senate announced that the Senate has passed with amendment and the title amendment House Bill 4030, increasing limit for application for original appointment as firefighter to 40 years of age for honorably discharged veterans.
The message will be received. Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration.
The lady from the 49th asks unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration. Does the chair hear objection? The chair hears no objection. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to increase the age limit for an application for original appointment as a firefighter to 40 years of age for honorably discharged veterans of any branch of the United States Armed Forces or National Guard. The Senate amended the bill to include Armed Services Reserve as a category to the branch of the United States Armed Forces or National Guard. The purpose of this bill has not changed by the Senate amendment. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move we concur with the Senate amendment and title amendment.
The lady from the 49th moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment to House Bill 4030. This is a debatable question. Are there members who wish to speak to the motion? If not, those in favor of the lady's motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares the motion adopted. The House has concurred in the Senate amendments to House Bill 4030 and the title amendment. The question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, then the question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent not voting. A majority of members elected having voted in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4030.
Are there further amendments to the title? If not, then the title as is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill take effect from passage.
The lady from the 49th moves that the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent not voting. 2/3 of members elected having voted in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next message from the Senate.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 288 relating to family planning and child spacing.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Health and Human Resources.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 554 relating to termination, expiration, or cancellation of oil or gas leases.
The message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Energy, then the Committee on Judiciary.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 583 creating program to further development of renewable energy resources.
The message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The Senate has passed Senate Bill 733 recognizing political party status.
Message will be received. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary. Are there further messages from the Senate? If not, resolutions.
House Resolution 11 calling on Congress to recognize June 19th as Juneteenth National Freedom Day.
Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of resolutions introduced be dispensed with and that each resolution be considered as formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committees as indicated on the chamber automation system.
The lady from the 49th asks unanimous consent that further reading of resolutions introduced be dispensed with and that each resolution be considered as having been formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committees as shown on the chamber automation system. Are there objections? The chair hears no objections. Petitions, motions, bills introduced, unfinished business, bills on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate.
A point of inquiry is raised. The gentleman at 27th, Douglas Porterfield, is recognized to state the point of inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, in lieu of asking for the bills to be read in their entirety today, I plead with the House to allow me to address them, and I ask for unanimous consent to do so.
The gentleman at 27th asks unanimous consent to address the House. Is there objection? Objection has been heard. Clerk will return to bills on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 544 authorizing pharmacists and pharmacy intern administrators to administer vaccines.
The question before the House is committee substitute for Senate Bill 544. Shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection and recognizes the gentleman of the 41st, Douglas Hill, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Committee substitute for SB 544. This bill permits pharmacists and pharmacist interns to perform all immunizations in accordance with the CDC recommended schedule for adults, children, and adolescents. Teenagers may obtain such immunizations when written informed parental consent and a prescription from a physician. The regulation authorizing this practice shall be promulgated and approved by the Board of Medicine, Board of Osteopathic Medicine, and Board of Pharmacy. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk, prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 91 ayes, 7 nays, and 2 members absent not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 544.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Hill moves to amend the title.
The question before the House is the adoption of the title amendment as read by the clerk. Those in favor of adoption of the title amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it, and the chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Senate Bill 642.
Point of inquiry has been raised. The gentleman at 27th, Delegate Porterfield, is recognized to state the point of inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House. I move.
Objection has been heard. The gentleman at 27th, Delegate Porterfield, moves that he be permitted to address the House. The question before the House then is that is a rule that does constitute a rule suspension for purposes of the vote. Those in favor of the gentleman's motion that the rules be suspended to permit the gentleman at 27th, Delegate Porterfield, to address the House will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 60 ayes, 37 nays, and 3 members absent not voting. Less than 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the motion to suspend the rules lost. The question now before the clerk will return to bills on third reading.
Senate Bill 642, correcting incorrect code citation in West Virginia Consumer Credit and Protection Act.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The gentleman of 35th, the chair has no objection and recognizes the gentleman of 35th, Doug Capito, to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 642 is very simple, and it was made more simple by the explanation in committee to us, but the bill actually corrects a non-technical change in the code where we had a citation that currently exists in code which directs us to another piece of code that doesn't exist, so we're merely striking that portion of the code. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 642.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2961, permitting the commissioner to require a water supply system be equipped with a backflow prevention assembly.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection and recognizes the gentleman of 32nd, Doug Fast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would ask for a 49 ruling inasmuch as I own a structure that has a backflow prevention assembly.
Yes, as the gentleman has explained the factual circumstances to the chair, the gentleman does own a piece of property on which such a device is installed. It would be the opinion of the chair that the gentleman's a member of a class of much greater than 5 and therefore would be directed to vote on this question. The gentleman is recognized to proceed.
I was told I was going to be shut off. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to clarify who the commissioner may require for a water supply system to be equipped with a backflow prevention assembly and to specify certain covered categories of water supply systems and it establishes procedures for determining such required installations. The bill also provides that the customer has the choice to pick the brand of backflow prevention assembly that meets the required specifications, and the bill also provides a right of appeal to customers who believe they have been inappropriately determined to have such an assembly installed. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? The gentleman is 16th, Doug Linville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rule 49, I have family that owns buildings that are similarly situated to the gentleman.
Yes, under the facts as relayed by the gentleman to the chair, the gentleman would be a part of the same class of greater than 5 as the gentleman of 32nd, and therefore would be directed to vote. The gentleman of 59th, Doug Kump.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Permission by the sponsor to answer an inquiry.
Does the gentleman yield for a question?
Yes.
Thank you. I believe, or at least I did believe, that I understood this bill as we discussed it in the Judiciary Committee, but I received some correspondence from our local Berkeley County Water Public Service District, and I'm just going to ask that question to you for clarification. It says, based on the narrative of the proposed bill, it is clear that the objective of the bill is to transfer existing responsibilities of certain property owners over to the respective water suppliers. This bill is not intended to promote the public health, but rather to relieve some responsibility one accepts to engage in certain activities. What response do you have to that?
The original bill is what that letter addresses. The bill before us today has been completely changed. The bill before us today puts no burden upon the public utilities to front the cost or pay for the cost of backflow prevention assembly. If a backflow prevention assembly is required, the burden would still be on the property owner to install and maintain. However, this bill much more clearly defines, and that's really the purpose of this bill, it clearly defines who is required to have one of these assemblies and who is not. And so that's the purpose of the bill, to weed out those who just don't need them.
Thank you.
Do other members wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, does the gentleman wish to close debate on the bill? The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On the question, there are 85 ayes, 13 nays, and 2 members absent not voting. A majority having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2961.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Fast moves to amend the title.
The question before the House is the adoption of the title amendment as just read by the clerk. Those in favor of the title amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4067 relating to crimes against property.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection and recognizes the gentleman of 35th, Doug Capito, to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The committee substitute for House Bill 4067 deals with theft of rental equipment. We discovered in some cases and hearing through constituents that there were some loopholes in our in the code relating to larceny. And we had rent-to-own situations where it was becoming impossible to prosecute in a situation where someone who was unauthorized to continue holding leased property continued to hold that leased property, and there was no way to pursue that individual. So what we've done here is clarified a provision of code and provided a remedy in those situations. And I'll go over how that works, and we'll take questions if there are any. But this deals with the proposed crime of theft of rental property. And what must be proven is the following: an intent to deprive, which is our mens rea element, by wrongfully obtaining the property by exerting unauthorized control over the property that is rented, leased, or loaned by rental agreements, The judge or jury may presume intent to deprive if they find either that the renter failed to return the equipment or make acceptable arrangements with the owner to return the property within 72 hours after receipt of proper notice requesting the return of the property. The proper notice would be made after the due date of the rental or leased equipment, and it must be mailed by certified or registered mail to the renter, lessee, or borrower. The amount of theft is spelled out in the bill, and that amount will determine whether the theft is going to be a misdemeanor or a felony. Mr. Speaker, that's a summarization of the bill. Urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? The gentleman 36, Doggett Rowe.
Yes, would the gentleman answer a question or two, please?
Yes.
As I understand this, the very last sentence says that it does not apply. Let me read it here. The very last sentence on page 2. This section does not apply to rental or leasing of real property under residential landlord-tenant agreements.
Correct.
Right? But now, what about if a student rents an apartment that's furnished, say, in Morgantown or Huntington, and there's a coffee table missing? Does that come under the terms of this statute if the landlord showed that the coffee table was there before they moved in and it's not there afterwards? How would this statute affect that situation?
It's a good question. I think the answer is it depends. If it's an appurtenance, obviously, to the apartment, then I think it obviously would not apply. I think that what would be looked to would be the agreement between the parties. That would probably dictate whether the terms and provisions of this section would apply. So if there was a separate agreement, for instance, I could see a situation where there was a separate agreement, a rental or a rent-to-own agreement on the furniture, then I think this section would apply. But if it weren't expressly spelled out, I would find it difficult to apply this statute.
As I read the statute at the beginning of it, it appears that it's to take care of the situation where someone may rent a backload or some major piece of equipment, and they do it for the purpose of stealing it, not renting it. And this addresses that, I think, fairly well. But I'm concerned about the landlord-tenant situation where it says it doesn't apply to the real property. Well, I don't know how you could steal real property. So, and it does not have an exclusion for any equipment or furniture in a residential lease where that equipment and furniture is being supplied. So I'm just concerned that the reach of this may be greater than is intended by the bill.
Well, I think the argument, if that was a question, I'm not sure, but I think the argument could be made that the furniture in a rental dwelling would be subject to the landlord-tenant agreement, which would be a residential landlord-tenant agreement and would be exempt from the bill before you.
But is there some place in the bill that would indicate that? Because the only exception I see is the last sentence. This section does not apply to rental or leasing of real property under residential landlord-tenant agreements. So you're saying that the furniture would just be part of that?
That's the way I read it to the gentleman.
And if it's required to be returned and cites to this statute, would it be valid to cause that furniture to be within the purview of the statute for theft?
Could you repeat that question? It was a little louder.
I'm wondering if the rental agreement says that the furniture is to be returned, maybe even lists it, sofa and couch and refrigerator or whatever, that they're to be returned or left with the apartment at the end of the lease. And then if it were to cite to this section and say that it would be theft if any of that did not continue on at the premises after the lease term is concluded, then would that bring it within the purview of the statute?
I think to the gentleman, and candidly, I think anything's possible. I would find it a stretch for a court of competent jurisdiction to make that claim, especially in light of the fact that most residential agreements are entered into with a security agreement that generally securitizes things like you are speaking to. So, but to the gentleman, I think anything's technically possible.
All right. Thank you, sir.
But I don't think that that's the aim of this.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, may I speak to the...
Yes, the gentleman is recognized.
I'm concerned about the language in the bill, not the concept of the bill. The language really, I think, leaves open the question, very much open the question of whether personal property in a landlord-tenant residential lease would come within the purview of this statute. And I think the statute's intended to cover commercial leasing and equipment and things like that, but I don't see the exception really covering the point about landlord-tenant residential leases and the furniture that might be a part of that lease. So I'm concerned about the bill. I'm going to ponder whether I should oppose it or not, but I think that it is something that should be clarified at some point. Thank you, sir.
Are there other members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, does the gentleman wish to close debate on the bill? If not, then the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 92 ayes, 6 nays, and 2 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4067.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, then the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4101, relating to requiring a court to verify certain conditions are met before a child who has been removed from a home.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection and recognizes the gentleman, the 27th, Doug Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill deals with the section of the code that deals with removal of a child that was determined to be abused or neglected, and makes one simple change to the code to require that for any parent or parents who are participating in a substance use disorder program, before their child may be returned to the parent's home, the court shall verify that the parent or parents are successfully fulfilling their treatment obligations in that program. Mr. Speaker, that's a summary of the bill. I urge its passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are the members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, then those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 97 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4101.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, then the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4123, clarifying that 911 telecommunication workers are included in the definition of those individuals who perform emergency services during a disaster.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection and recognizes the gentleman, the 28th, Doug Pack, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 4123 adds 911 telecommunication workers to the list of professions who perform emergency services during a disaster. Additionally, the bill states that 911 telecommunication workers are trained and certified, and they should be considered first responders. Mr. Speaker, I urge its passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, then those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? The gentleman, the 45th, Doug Martin, your vote's not registered. Has every member now voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4123.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4387, Donated Drug Repository Program.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection and recognizes the gentleman in the 28th Delegate Pack to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill permits the Board of Pharmacy to administer a donated drug repository program. Eligible drugs include both over-the-counter and prescription drugs. These drugs must be submitted in unopened, tamper-evident packaging and may not be controlled substances. The bill establishes how the drugs are to be received, handled, stored, dispensed, distributed, and disposed of. Anyone participating in this program is immune from liability except for willful and wanton misconduct. The bill permits a handling fee to be charged, but shall be based upon the reasonable cost to participate in the program. The bill permits rulemaking by the Board of Pharmacy to implement this program. Mr. Speaker, I urge its passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? The gentleman in the 17th Delegate Rohrbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to arise today just to ask the members to support this bill and tell you exactly why this is important. As you've probably been aware, we have mountains of drugs that are left over in nursing homes, hospitals, and other types of facilities. These are medications that have not left the chain of custody. They've still been under the Board of Pharmacy's control, but now they're just disposed of. This bill is an attempt to try to get these to some organizations that can redistribute them to people in need that frankly are our indigent patients or elderly patients that don't have a prescription plan. And so they could get these medications for free or at a greatly reduced cost. So I would ask the members to support this, but also as we look forward, these are just things that can help bring the cost of health care down for our less fortunate members. And this is a start. I think we've got a long ways to go, but I urge the members to support this bill.
Do other members wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4387.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4546. Relating to tuberculosis testing for school superintendents.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection and recognizes the gentleman in the 41st, Delegate Hill, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to remove this requirement for biennial tuberculosis screenings for county superintendents. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 97 ayes, 1 nay, and 2 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4546.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, then the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4581 relating to West Virginia clearance for access, registry, and employment screening.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? Chair hears no objection and recognizes the gentleman in the 41st, Delegate Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to permit DHHR to perform a criminal background check on its employees who have direct access to a person. This change was recommended in a post-audit which was completed this year upon the department. I urge passage.
Are there members who wish to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, then the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4581.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, then the title is read by. The clerk will be in to remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4666, relating to competitive bids for intergovernmental relations and urban mass transportation.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection and recognizes the gentleman of the 10th, Doug Chris, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon. This bill would amend the provisions of the West Virginia Code in relation to construction of facilities or purchasing of equipment and supplies by urban mass transit authorities. The bill would increase the threshold amount from competitive bidding from $10,000 to $25,000 for contracts and make the same increase of threshold for supplies and equipment before competitive procedures must be used. The bill also provides an additional exemption from the competitive procedure required by current provisions of section in the urban transit authorities that are designated recipients of Federal Trade Administration sections 5307 and 5340. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, then those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On the question, there are 92 ayes, 6 nays, and 2 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4666.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by. The clerk will be in to remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4670, relating to the juvenile restorative justice programs.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection and recognizes the lady from the 38th, Doug Graves, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill before us gives additional discretion to judges and prosecutors to divert a juvenile offense and allows juveniles to go through a restorative justice process at any time it's deemed to be of benefit, providing they meet certain conditions. The programs require that the process be voluntarily entered into by both the victim and offender and focuses on repairing harm through facilitated communication. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? The gentleman of 59th, Doug Kump.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to speak in favor of this bill. Let me give you a little background information from my personal perspective on this. I grew up in a really, really rough neighborhood. To the best of my knowledge, I'm the only one in my age group that doesn't have a criminal history that managed to graduate from college. It was nasty. And if I hadn't had some hands-on restorative criminal justice favors given to me, I would not have been able to succeed as well in my life. My wife, Cheryl, grew up in a mafia-controlled area of Cleveland. In fact, the only law enforcement they had there was the mafia. When she was a young girl, her and her friend thought that it would be fun to take one of the neighbors' shops where they had a neon sign outside and to deface it and destroy it. Fortunately, family and, oddly enough, the mafia intervened and restoration was made, all was made whole, and her friend were able to go on with a life without difficulty, at least in that regard. And then a little later, when she was a grown woman and had 4 daughters, one of her daughters asked for 2 of her friends to have a sleepover in her home. My wife Cheryl was asleep at the time, and her daughter actually was asleep, but 2 of the friends that had to there for the sleepover decided it'd be fun to pursue something they've done before. They got eggs and mustard and ketchup out of her home's refrigerator, went to the neighbor's house, and vandalized their car. It was not the first time they did that. Again, family and friends intervened, and the two girls were able to make restoration. It wasn't a complete success story. One of the girls grew up, became a very highly respected medical doctor. The other one, not so well. She ended up dying of a drug overdose. This criminal restorative justice program will provide opportunities for people and the victims, offenders and victims, to make more of their lives, thereby helping the offenders, the victims, and the communities. I vigorously support this bill.
Are there other members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, then the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4670.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 4955, relating to reducing the cost of fees for state licenses to carry concealed deadly weapons and provisional state licenses to carry concealed deadly weapons.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? Chair hears no objection, recognizes the gentleman, the 64th Douglas Householder, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this freedom bill would reduce the cost of the fee for a state license to carry a concealed firearm for both regular and provisional applications. The current fee for a regular license is $75, and the bill would reduce the fee to a total of $50. The current fee for a provisional license for those who are aged from 18 to 21 years is $25, and this is being reduced to $15. The provisional license will now cost $30. Finally, the bill exempts honorably discharged veterans of the armed forces of the United States from payment of these fees for state license to carry a concealed firearm. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? The lady in the 50th, Douglas Longstreth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Friday, I put an amendment into this bill, and it was only to help the law enforcement to retain some money for the things that they need to process these fees and for education and training. But today I would just like to state that because my amendment failed and the bill is now on the floor to be passed, I will vote for this bill because I will not vote against reducing the cost of fees to my constituents or to my veterans. So, Mr. Speaker, I do support the bill. Thank you.
The gentleman in the 40th, Douglas Jeffries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of freedom-loving West Virginians and defenders of the Second Amendment, I've been asked by one of my constituents in the gallery today to thank the sponsors of this bill to make freedom more easily enjoyed by all, and to thank Senator Azinger for his relentless efforts to make the right free to all West Virginia veterans. I encourage support and passage of this bill.
The gentleman in the 59th, Douglas Kump.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm excited about this bill. The Second Amendment to our Constitution essentially says the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. By reducing these fees and licensing costs, we grow closer to that goal. Quite frankly, the Second Amendment is my permit.
The gentleman from the 60th, Douglas Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the sponsors of the bill. I am really grateful that as a veteran you are allowing me to exercise my God-given rights and my constitutionally protected rights for free. I regret that my friends and neighbors will not have that right, but I find that I must request a ruling under Rule 49, Mr. Speaker, as a veteran.
As a veteran?
Yes, sir.
Yes, as the gentleman's laid out the facts just now to the chair, that gentleman would be a part of a class of greater than 5 and therefore would be directed to vote. The gentleman, the 62nd, Douglas Bibby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a veteran, I'd like to ask for Rule 49 on this bill.
Would be the same request. It would be the same ruling by the chair. The gentleman would be directed to vote. The gentleman, the 22nd, Douglas Jeffries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not a veteran, but I would ask for Rule 49 under reducing the fees.
Under what set of facts?
For reducing the fees.
The gentleman is the holder of a permit?
I am a holder of a permit, yes, sir.
Okay. For those members who are the holders of permits, it would be the ruling of the chair that the gentleman would be a member of a class of greater than 5 individuals, therefore would be directed to vote. The gentleman, the 8th, Douglas Anderson.
As a veteran, Mr. Speaker.
Same set of facts?
Yes.
Would be the same ruling by the chair. The gentleman would be directed to vote. The gentleman, the 10th, Douglas Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, too, ask for Rule 49, both a veteran and a permit holder.
Same set of facts? Under the same set of facts, it would be the same ruling by the chair. The gentleman would be directed to vote. The gentleman, the 63rd, Douglas Hardy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise and ask for a ruling on Rule 49 as being a veteran and also a permit holder.
Would be the same ruling by the chair. The gentleman would be directed to vote. The gentleman, the 1st, Douglas Schwartzman, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same ruling, permit holder.
Same set of facts? It would be the same ruling by the chair. The gentleman would be directed to vote. The lady from the 51st, Douglas Walker.
I guess I'm going to join the crowd. Mr. Speaker, Rule 49 for being a gun owner.
Lady is a permit holder?
Yes.
It would be the same ruling by the chair. The lady would be a member of a class of greater than 5 individuals and therefore would be directed to vote. The gentleman, the 29th, Douglas Steele.
As a veteran, Mr. Speaker.
The same set of facts?
Yes.
Would be the same ruling by the chair. The lady from the 52nd, Douglas Seipold.
The same thing, Mr. Speaker, a permit holder.
Clerk will turn off all lights. For all members who have not yet sought their ruling by the chair pursuant to Rule 49 but now wish to do so, please press your button. The clerk will record all 85 members of the House who have pressed their button. Okay, if all members would now please turn lights off. It is the ruling of the chair that all members who have sought a ruling by the chair pursuant to Rule 49 as to whether you should vote on this question, it would be the ruling of the chair that all members who sought the ruling are members of a class of greater than 5 and therefore are directed to vote. Do other members wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4955.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, then the title is read by the clerk. Will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action to the House and the Senate. Request concurrence therein. Are there further bills on third reading? If not, bills on second reading.
Senate Bill 620, authorizing Division of Corrections and Rehabilitation, approve home plans for inmates.
Are there amendments?
The Committee on Judiciary moves to amend the bill on page 1.
Are there objections to having the amendment explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman, the 27th, Delegate Schott, is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Senate bill basically seeks to establish a nonviolent offender parole release plan. The strike and insert amendment by the Committee on the Judiciary is mainly technical, makes no substantial changes to the bill, and therefore I urge its adoption. Thank you.
The question before the House now is the adoption of the amendment as just explained by the gentleman, the 27th. Are there members who wish to speak to the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2775, requiring each high school student to complete a full credit course of study in personal finance.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4092, relating to foster care.
Are there amendments?
Delegates Nelson and Peck move to amend the bill.
Are there objections to having the amendment explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection and recognizes the gentleman from the 35th, Delegate Nelson, to explain the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I may first rise to ask unanimous consent to reform the amendment. It refers to page 25, and it should be page 26.
Are there objections? Chair hears no objections to that reformation. So ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very quickly, what this amendment does is it adds a new section under the reasonable and prudent parent section, and it allows for a relative of a family child care person to also be involved with the oversight, if you will, of a foster child. Within the paragraph, a caregiver is a grandparent, great-grandparent, an aunt, an uncle, a great-aunt, a great-uncle, or an adult sibling of the child or children receiving care. The care must be given in the provider's home. Myself, the co-sponsor, and others have heard from many relatives that this will open up and improve overall child care. I ask for adoption. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. The gentleman, the 28th, Delegate Pack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to rise briefly in support of the amendment. When the gentleman from 35th brought this to my attention, I thought that it was a wonderful idea, and it was something that was overlooked in the committee process, so I would urge its adoption. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there other members who wish to speak to the amendment? If not, the question is on the adoption of the amendment. Those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4165, West Virginia Remembers Program.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4519, establishing a summer youth intern pilot program within Department of Commerce.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4620, redefining definition of recovery residence.
Lady in the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to postpone action one day.
Lady in the 49th asks unanimous consent that further action on committee substitute for House Bill 4620 be postponed one day. Are there objections? Chair hears no objections. Action will be postponed one day. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4621, West Virginia FinTech Regulatory Sandbox Act.
Are there amendments?
Delegate Capito moves to amend the bill.
Are there objections to having the amendment explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman of the 35th, Delegate Capito, is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment before you makes technical and stylistic changes to perfect an amendment that we adopted in committee, which provided greater consumer protection to individuals. Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption of the amendment.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. Are there members who wish to speak to the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment as just explained by the gentleman of the 35th will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4633, expanding county commission's ability to dispose of county or district property.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4729, requiring higher education institutions to use previous versions of editions of instructional materials.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced. Are there further bills on second reading? If not, bills on first reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2028, limiting supervision of laying of lines on state rights-of-way.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2663, exempting buildings or structures utilized exclusively for agricultural purposes from the provisions of the State Building Code.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4099, eliminating the permit for shampoo assistance.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4450, relating to instruction permits used by the Division of Motor Vehicles.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4499, relating to multi-county trail network authorities.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4504, relating to renewal application requirements for individuals with permanent disabilities.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4537, establishing a study conducted by the Division of Natural Resources on the Upper Mud River Lake.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4543, relating to insurance coverage for diabetics.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4714, increasing the monetary threshold for requiring nonprofit organizations to register as charitable organizations.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4734, rewriting the article on registered professional nurses.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4773, creating a work group to investigate and recommend screening protocols for adverse childhood trauma in this state.
The bill will be advanced. Are there further bills on first reading? If not, leaves of absence. Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, for our colleagues Delegate Azinger and Miley.
Are there objections to leaves being granted? The chair hears no objections and leaves shall be granted. Remarks by members. Remarks by members. The gentleman the 27th, Delegate Porterfield, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This past Wednesday, as from most of you know, we sit and had a long session of reading bills. I asked for a point of inquiry whenever I knew that Mike Folk was here to do something that's not a fun thing to do, but sometimes is necessary as a man and as a leader, and that's to say I'm sorry. I want to tell Michael Folk, ask him for his privilege to be suspended from this House should not have happened, and I want to apologize to him. And if he's still here, he come over to see me, but I want to make sure I got that in. I was going to address the minority chair. He's not here, but the whip is. I'd just like to say to all my Democratic colleagues on the other side of the aisle, for what you had to sit through on Wednesday and the reason behind that, that's just not acceptable, and I'm very, very sorry. I don't agree, and we don't agree always on everything and a lot of things we do, but the process has to be respected. And there is times in legislation that you use the tools that are given to you in order to battle and to combat here in this House. As the gentleman from the 60th talks about, this process is more important than wars on foreign lands because it oftentimes can prevent them. And holding up that process over an issue that should not have happened, I want to just tell you I'm very, very sorry, and I apologize to you. Starting, if your chair was here, I was going to apologize to Delegate Miley, but Delegate Caputo is the lead there. Delegate Caputo, you and your crew and all your delegates, I just want to tell you I'm sorry that shouldn't have happened. To the Fearless 58, of which I am a member of, and plus one with Delegate Wilson, I want to apologize to all of my fellow Republican colleagues. I'm sorry that went down the way it did. You can't always control how things go in your life. The Bible's very clear that the wrath of man worketh not the righteousness of God. And as a born-again, Bible-believing Christian, you've got to die to self, and if you're going to serve other people, you've got to make sure that the priorities are kept right. And on that day and for what happened, it wasn't. And as a man, I just feel like that I owe my Republican colleagues an apology. And I just want to encourage everyone, I'm not pending any type of disciplinary action that I know of. The Speaker can speak to that. He's not met with me and asked me to do this. This is the result of a lot of people's prayers. A lot of my friends tell me you're going down a wrong path, and I'm grateful for. a friend stopping by my office and sitting and telling me that it wasn't going to get goals that I have here accomplished. My wife seeing me getting ready to go back to combat in the media with one of my own colleagues with just things that I shouldn't have said and I shouldn't have done. And then people that usually aren't on my side are sitting down telling me, you may not want to do this. This could do this, this, and this, and running past those warning signs. I'm going to get off of that road. I'm going to go back to the high road. And there may be some consequences going back to the high road. This could be used against me politically. That's okay. I don't want to dishonor the Lord. I don't want to dishonor my family. I don't want to dishonor this process. This process is the greatest process in the world. And I love this state as much as anywhere in the world. And my constituents in the 27th District, where I was born and raised, I want to give you all an apology too. You deserve better than that. My teammates, Chairman of Judiciary and Chairman of Education, I want to apologize too. Our dear Majority Leader for the intensity of how, when a lot of this blow-up happened, I just want to apologize to you, Madam Majority Leader. To my beloved Speaker, I'm sorry, Roger. That shouldn't have happened that way. There was other ways that this could have been handled. And win, lose, or draw, I can say this: if people have given their life and fighting all over the world to make sure I'm safe, a little bit of jaw-jacking probably shouldn't have altered that. To the delegate from the 29th District, I want you to know I appreciate a lot of your work. I love your combating spirit here within the chamber, and I hate that there was altercation and went on between us on Monday, and that should not have been settled here the way it was on the floor of the House on the people's time. And I'm very nervous, and there's a few people I still need to address, and then I'm going to turn this over. But to the men that had to read those bills, I want you to know I'm very sorry to you. To my faithful assistant that is with me all the time, Danny, I want to apologize to Danny for having to deal with that. And anybody that was here in the gallery, if you can hear us today in West Virginia, that is not how the process is supposed to work. When legislation comes through and you want to once again use that tool, and how I figured out about that tool is there's certain legislation that's come prior to this session that I thought that may have to get down to the mat of those types of things. But what ended up happening is a personal conflict that this was done, and I don't believe that's what was honoring to the Lord. The spirit of narcissism and being full of pride is probably one of the greatest struggles I have as a Christian. And though I've been saved, I still have the old man, but I don't want to feed that old man. And when you make the errors that have been made, I think that you have to own it. If you're doing it in the public forum, that it was done, that it needs to be dealt with appropriately. I will go over to the chamber of the Senate if the Senate President requires me to or would ask me to for slowing down their bills coming over. To my beloved governor, my president, my party, Miss Melody and her crew, I don't think that's what you all will be acceptable to you guys. And I did not operate on their orders or anyone's else. That was a move of a maverick, a move that should be used in courage, not to promote a further personal agenda. To my county representatives, I want y'all to know I appreciate you. And them and everyone else involved in this may not always see eye to eye, but that affects the process that makes us the greatest nation in the world. And with that, and if anyone here that I've missed on that, I'll apologize to you as well. I'd like to tell my wife that I'm grateful for her, my children at home. You're why I do what I do here. My dad and mom, I'm so grateful for my big brother who reached out to me on Friday and really give me the upper hand in a strategy that I was trying to move forward that was contrary to what the Lord would have me to do. I did get that upper hand, big brother, but I believe it was more important to lay down your arms and serve your people and not serve yourself. And if it would be okay now, I would like to just ask my Lord to forgive me. but I would like unanimous consent to do that. If not, I'll take care of it in my office. But if it's all the same, I would like unanimous consent to do that, Mr. Speaker.
Is there objection? Chair hears no objection.
Heavenly Father, I thank you for allowing me to be here. I thank you for all you've done for me. I can't believe that you would save someone like me, but because you love sinners, you gave me everlasting life. You've given me grace and mercy. And through the love of my friends and some people that are not, you've given me correction. I don't want to despise correction. I don't want to wreck my marriage. I don't want to wreck my ministry, and I don't want to wreck the work you've given me to do. I don't want to do anything to hurt my people in this great state that you've let me be raised in. And Lord, I've addressed my colleagues and the people I believe that I've done wrong to. And I just ask you, as my Heavenly Father, to forgive me, limit my consequences. But I pray that you work thoroughly enough that it'll help me to not move that way again, not just here, but in every area of my life. I'm in desperate need of your help. I ask you to give me the heart of a lion and the wisdom of Solomon to be your servant and to help my state, to help my constituents, and to help the leadership that so graciously allows me to serve with them. I ask you this in Christ's name. Amen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further remarks? The gentleman, the 16th, Doug at Linville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the members for last week allowing me to travel to Washington, D.C. And work on broadband with the Pew Charitable Trust and our federal delegation. What was made very apparent to me while I was in Washington is that not every state is as blessed as West Virginia is to have the willingness of the members of the body to meaningfully work to try to address broadband. In many states, I was hearing stories of how difficult meaningful legislation is to get passed. And I'd like to applaud each and every member of this legislature, both in the House and the Senate. Last year, our bill passed 132 to 2 total. Folks, up there in D.C., I was able to have a lot of great meetings with our congressional delegation and other members of Congress. I was able to meet with the federal highways. And folks, it's an absolute honor and a privilege to be able to work on these issues and to do so in a bipartisan fashion. And so I just wanted to say thank you to each and every one of you. I hope it was very productive. And later this week, we'll have this year's broadband bill. It's been a lot of work from a whole lot of different folks, both in this chamber and outside of the chamber. I just want to thank the body yet again for your willingness to work together without any partisanship, without any interference from outside forces to expand broadband for the people of West Virginia. I was able to meet with various cell phone companies to see their tower plans for West Virginia and to try to attract them and let them know of all the good work that we're doing here. Many were very surprised to hear what we're doing, and we're very appreciative of that work. And so to the members and to the folks at home, thank each and every one of you, and thank you for being willing to address the broadband infrastructure issues that this state has. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there further remarks? The gentleman, the 32nd, Doug Fast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask unanimous consent that the heartfelt remarks of the gentleman from the 27th be printed in the appendix of the journal.
Does the chair hear objection? Objection is heard.
I so move.
The gentleman, the 32nd, Doug Fast, has moved that the comments by the gentleman, the 27th, be printed in the appendix of the journal. Those
roll call. A
roll call has been demanded. This is demand sustained. Demand is sustained. Those in favor, the question before the House is the motion that the comments during remarks by members by the gentleman, the 27th, Doug Porterfield, be printed in the appendix of the journal. Those in favor of the gentleman's motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 92 ayes, 3 nays, and 5 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, chair declares the motion adopted. The gentleman, the 32nd, Doug Fast.
Pardon?
Does the gentleman have further remarks?
No.
Are there further remarks? If not, introduction of guests. The gentleman, the 28th, Doug Pack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the West Gallery, we have members from the Raleigh County Education Association. If they would stand, I see Ms. Colleen and Mr. Questenberry up there. If they would stand up. Also, Mr. Speaker, in the West Gallery is my very, very dear friend, Ms. Marilyn Pierce, who has advocated tirelessly on behalf of folks in the foster care community, and it appears she has stepped out. But if the yes, if the House make them welcome.
The gentleman, the 50th, Doug Angelucci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Delegates Caputo and Longstreth, I have 3 special guests that surprised me this morning coming down to the Capitol. Delegate Caputo pointed them out to me in the South Gallery, so I'd like to welcome them today and thank them for taking a 2-hour drive to come down and see me. I'd like to welcome my sister Melissa, my dad Mike, and my grandmother Rosemary, so please make them feel welcome.
Are there further introductions? Any miscellaneous business? If not, then lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move subject to announcements that the House adjourn until 11 a.m. on Tuesday.
The question before the House is the motion that, subject to announcements, the House stand adjourns at 11 a.m. tomorrow. Are there announcements? Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 announcements. First, your Rules Committee will meet at 10:45 a.m. tomorrow behind the chamber. And secondly, from 4 to 5 o'clock today, there will be a commemoration ceremony in the House chamber to commemorate the 100th anniversary of West Virginia's ratification of the 19th Amendment that took place on March 10, 1920. Special guests will include U.S. Senator Shelley Moore Capito, Secretary of State Mac Warner, Mary Johnson from the West Virginia Division of History and Archives, and honorary co-chairs of the West Virginia 19th Amendment Centennial Celebration, Melody Potter and Belinda Biafor. Following the ceremony, there will be a reception at the Cultural Center from 5 to 6:30.
Lady from the 51st, Doug Fleischauer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this 100th year of the anniversary of suffrage, there are 100 pieces of pizza in room 252 for Equal Pay Day, because women deserve 100% of the pie instead of just 70%, which is what women in West Virginia earn. So I just thought everyone would want to know that.
The gentleman, the 10th, Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Finance will meet this afternoon at 3 p.m. in the House Committee Finance Room. Also in the morning at 9:30. The agenda will be posted. Thank you.
The gentleman, the 15th, Doug Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your subcommittee on House Bill 4717 will be meeting today from 12:45 to 2:15 in the Judiciary Committee room. The members of that committee are myself, the gentleman from the 37th, Delegate Pushkin, gentleman from the 6th, Delegate Kelly, gentleman from the 29th, Delegate Steele, and gentleman from the 23rd, Delegate Middle. My apologies, 145 to 2:15.
The gentleman, the 35th, Delegate Capito.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House Committee on the Judiciary will resume the posted agenda today at 2:30. Republican members of the committee will meet in the chairman's office at 2:15. And the committee meeting will obviously be in the House Judiciary Committee room. Tomorrow morning at 9:30, the committee will meet again, and at 3 p.m. tomorrow we intend to meet as well. The agenda for both those meetings will be posted, and both will be held in the committee room. Another announcement, there will be a public hearing on SCR 4, urging Congress to call a convention on the states for the purpose of addressing term limits. That public hearing will be in this chamber on Wednesday, February 19th at 8:30 in the morning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman, the 27th, Doug Schott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Inquiry regarding the availability of the chamber for the purpose of a public hearing on Thursday, the 20th. That's this Thursday at 8:30 in the morning.
Chair is advised the chamber is available.
Thank you. To the members, on Thursday, this February 20th, this Thursday at 8:30 in the morning, there will be a public hearing on House Bill 4176, which is titled West Virginia Intelligence/Fusion Control Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The lady from 38th, Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Pensions and Retirement will meet at 2 p.m. tomorrow afternoon in the House Finance Committee room, and the agenda has been posted.
The gentleman from 13th, Higginbotham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Education will meet this afternoon at 2:30 p.m. in the Education Committee room. We will also be meeting again tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. And today, the Republican members will caucus with the chairman and myself at 1:15, and then the Democrats will caucus at 1:45 in the chairman's office. Thank you.
The gentleman from 45th, Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Republican members of your Committee on Government Organization will caucus in the chairman's office today at 3 p.m. In 213 in the East Wing. And, Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Government Organization will meet today at 4 p.m. in the House Government Organization Committee room, 215 in the East Wing. The agenda is posted.
The gentleman from 10th, Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Energy will meet tomorrow in the House Judiciary Committee room at 2 p.m. The agenda will be posted.
The gentleman from 53rd, Delegate Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Fire and EMS will meet tomorrow right after the floor session in House Finance. Thank you.
The gentleman from 16th, Linville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Two announcements. First, Subcommittee A of the Committee on Technology and Infrastructure will meet at 4:30 p.m. today in the chairman's office. It's 216E for road and bridge naming resolutions. And in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m., the Technology and Infrastructure Committee will meet in House Government Organization, and the agendas will be posted.
Are there further announcements? If not, the question before the House is the motion by the lady from the 49th that the House stand adjourned until 11 a.m. tomorrow. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House is adjourned until 11 a.m. tomorrow.
The Senate will please come to order. The Senate will please come to order. All those not having privileges of the floor will please vacate the chamber. And with those on the floor and our guests in the gallery, please rise as we are led in prayer this morning by Reverend Eric Porterfield of Fifth Avenue Baptist Church in Huntington, West Virginia. And then please remain standing as we are led in the pledge this morning by the senator from Upshur County, Reverend Porterfield.
Let us pray together. Gracious and loving God, we give you thanks for waking us up this morning, and we thank you for the gift of this day. We are grateful for the privilege of being citizens of the great state of West Virginia, and we're grateful for the senators gathered in this room, their commitment to their fellow citizens. We pray that you would give them wisdom and patience, the ability to listen faithfully and to speak faithfully. We pray that your kingdom would come and your will would be done in and through the work of the Senate. May your kingdom come and your will be done in West Virginia as it is in heaven. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. The senator from Upshur County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the friends in our gallery please join us in honoring our great country? I pledge allegiance.
Thank you. You may be seated. The reading of the journal.
West Virginia Legislature, Senate Journal, February 14th, 2020. The Senate met at 11:07 a.m.
The senator from Marshall County requests unanimous consent that further reading of the journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as having been read. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Introduction of guests. On behalf of the Senate, it is my pleasure to welcome our honorary pages for the day. Please stand and be recognized when your name is called. As my guest from and the junior senator from the 4th, we have Sophia Weigel. As guest of the senior senator from the 16th, Molly Lyson and Riley Wilson. As guest of the senior senator from the 17th, we have James Clendenin. As guest of the senator from Braxton County, Kayla Mays and Summer Mays. As guest of the senator from Tucker County, we have Stephanie Santilli. And as guest of the junior senator from the 17th, John Christian Settle. If they are all standing in the front of our chamber, if the Senate would make them feel welcome. Thank you. You may be seated. Further introductions, the junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the Senate, it's my pleasure and yours to introduce our doc for the day. In the rear of the chamber, we have one of my classmates who was an excellent note taker and got our whole study group along, Dr. Andy Tanner. If you wouldn't mind standing, let Senate give you a warm welcome.
Further introductions, the senator from Braxton County.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's your pleasure, as well as the junior senator from Harrison, to recognize the parents of our pages, Kaylee and Summer Mays. If the Senate would make her mother, Tabitha Mays, welcome.
The senior senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Seated in the South Gallery, we have the Tug Valley FFA, and they're part of the Tug Valley's agriculture program. If you will, students, as I say your name, please stand. They're represented by President Kirsten York, Treasurer Haley Holyfield, Secretary Brianna Brewer, and other chapter members are Abram Sturgill, Reagan Prince, Dakota Shrum, Sherman Baisden, Blaze Moore, Rayanne Markham, and their advisor, Craig Hart. Senate, if you will, please join me and make them welcome.
The senator from Pleasants County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want you all to welcome the women from the Federation of West Virginia Republican Women. They're in the North Gallery, if they would stand. This is a yearly affair that they all come down to. And Ann Hildbrand, is Ann with you, or is she out in the hall? Okay, there's a lot of them out in the hall that will come in for the resolution, but please make them welcome.
The senator from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. On your behalf and on behalf of my senior senator from the 15th, I'd like to introduce some guests we have in the North Gallery who've traveled here from Hampshire County today. And I'll call their names and ask them to stand. Pearl Downing, Barbara Ludwig, David Idman, Terry Craver, and Laris Craver. And I would ask the Senate to make them welcome.
The junior senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On your behalf, and in, I think, several galleries here, I'm going to go through several introductions with different groups. So we first have Sophia Weigel is paging for us, but her mother, Kim Weigel, is in one of the galleries here. If you could stand, Kim, and we're going to go on through, and as just I call your name, please stand. We also have Pastor Chris Skeens here, if he can stand. And from Ravenswood FFA, we have Georgia Van Fossen, Caitlin Murray, Brooke Whited, and then they're standing here in one of the galleries. And then we also have from Putnam County, we have Tony Hodge, who's president of the Putnam County Republican Club down there, and we also have our assistant prosecutor from Putnam County here somewhere, Chris Raines. And then also coming from Putnam County, we have with the Community for Autism Resources and Education System, we have Dr. Stephen Underhill, Riley, Taylor Wade, Sarah Harris and Sierra Morse. And then last but definitely not least, from all over the state here in your President's Gallery, we have members of the Citizens Defense League in their black T-shirts. If the Senate would please make all these people welcome.
Thank you. The senator from Boone County.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the Senator from Logan, we're very pleased to have the FFA officers from Van High School with us, headed up by their counselor, Jordan Peters. If they would all stand and the Senate make them welcome.
The senator from Monongalia County.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the senators from Preston, Marion Tucker, and myself, we have with us in the gallery above my head Carla Jones and Sheila Castile-Coleman. They are with the West Virginia Federation of Democrat Women. They're here in honor of the 100th anniversary of the signing of the 19th Amendment. If they'll please stand, let the Senate make them welcome.
The senator from Greenbrier County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've got two introductions. First, if the FFA students from Greenbrier East High School with their teacher, Beth Massey, would please stand so the Senate could make these future farmers welcome. And also, Mr. President, behind me here, we've got a group of 7th and 8th grade students from the New River Gorge Learning Co-op. If they would please stand as I call your names. They're here with West Virginia Citizens for Clean Elections as part of Government Lobby Day. Those students are Zora Dans, Amelia Bennett, Jade Babkirk, Bailey Runyon, Eden Maxwell, Beckett Mills, and Gavin Morris. And they're accompanied here today by Ginger Dans, Sarah Edwards, and Andrew Caldwell. Will the Senate please make these students welcome?
Thank you. Further introductions. The senior senator from the 16th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the senator from Jefferson, I are very pleased to have some of the chaperones here with our pages here today. We have for Rayleigh, we have Jody Strickler, as well as for Molly, our page, we have her father, Gregory, and her sister, Julie. If they'd stand and receive a warm Senate welcome.
The senator from County.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the senator from Preston and myself, we have with us the parents of our page Stephanie Santelli today, and it's Sam and Annette Santelli, and they're in the back of the chamber for the resolution. But if the members would make them welcome.
Are there further introductions? The junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have on behalf of the senior senator from the 17th, I have two family members of Pages today, Kevin and Tabitha Clendenin, and also Dr. Angie Settle. If you guys wouldn't mind standing, let the Senate give you a warm welcome.
Are there further introductions? Further introductions? Recognize the junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate stand a brief recess for the purpose of allowing students from the Governor's School to address the Senate. Please welcome students from the West Virginia Governor's School for the Arts and the Governor's Honors Academy who are elected by their peers to represent them here today. We have Logan Casto, a junior at Musselman High School, Tyler Falstick, a junior at Wheeling Park High, and Isabel Menon, a senior at Capitol High.
Junior senator from the 17th moves as the Senate stand in recess to hear an address from representatives from the Governor's School for the Arts. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the Senate in recess to hear an address from these wonderful students. Who's first? Logan?
Mr. President, esteemed members of the Senate, friends and family. My name is Logan Casto, and I am proudly from Berkeley County, West Virginia. In the summer of 2019, I spent the greatest 21 days of my life at the West Virginia Governor's School for the Arts. It was a journey of self-exploration, intellect, and overall life skills. Because of your support, I was surrounded with esteemed faculty and young men and women who challenged me to work to the best of my abilities, giving nothing but 100% daily. On my first day of Governor's School, I heard Ms. This experience will change your life. I was a very apprehensive, timid person, and the last thing on my mind was wondering whether it would change my life, but she was right. Because of GSA, I created a choral ensemble at my own school. Because of GSA, I am able to integrate art into my community. GSA provided me with skills in music theory that landed me into the All-State Chamber Choir, where I was third chair. GSA allowed me not only to work on my own art, but most importantly, to view the progress of all of those around me. Guest performers were brought in nightly, giving us all a powerful visual of what art can do when it is developed correctly. We were able to travel to Chicago, where I got to study authentic opera under the direction of professionals in the industry. I got to attend a concert showcasing Beethoven, and I got to see Hamilton. I now plan to study music education and vocal performance in the hopes of inspiring others in the way that Governor's School inspired me. Please continue your funding and support for all of the Governor's Schools. A wise person once said, "Art does not change the world, but changes people who then change the world." Thank you for allowing me to speak to all of you today. Thank you for your part in reminding me that West Virginia is a place full of opportunity, where young students can experience GSA and become people who then change the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Logan. Tyler?
President Carmichael, esteemed members of the Senate, guests, family, and friends. My name is Tyler Falstick. I live in Wheeling, and I am privileged to be speaking to you today to represent the 2019 Governor's School for the Arts. Thank you on behalf of allowing everyone to speak today. When I arrived at Marshall University in June, I truly had no idea what to expect. Many friends in my school had attended GSA in previous years and has always told me how much of a major impact it has had on their lives. So I submitted my audition, was accepted, and entered, having no idea that GSA would be the best and most impactful 3 weeks of my life. From the first day to the last, my family of GSA students were pushed to become the best artists we could grow to be. Through my disciplinary activities, I was taught in acting how to truly lose myself and become my character. In interdisciplinary activities, I was shown how to dance with no fear, sing my heart out, paint with personal expression, photograph the beauty of the world that commonly goes unseen, and to write with pure emotion and feeling. The Governor's School for the Arts does not just educate its students, it changes their lives. The Governor's School for the Arts allows students to dream, create, and inspire others, but in a realistic manner. Many people consider me an artist in general and practical, but GSA changes that. I can say without a doubt that the West Virginia Governor's School for the Arts is the best experience of my life and can be for many others. With your support, GSA and other governor's schools can send West Virginia's children into the world with the knowledge and the abilities to make them successful. I will end with a quote of 11 words that sums up my love and my fellow students' love for the Governor's School for the Arts. The arts don't just change a life, they make a life. Thank you.
Isabel?
Mr. President, esteemed members of the Senate, family, and friends. My name is Isabel Menon, and I am honored to represent the West Virginia Governor's Honors Academy class of 2019. Please keep in mind, I can only recount one girl's immense 3-week experience. The hundreds of other valuable experiences of high schoolers across the state remain untold. I remember at a young age asking my mother if we could really be sure that the time was 3:30. I remember asking how one becomes famous. I remember asking who invented oatmeal. It was these hot-button questions that filled the empty space in our house at any given moment. My parents instilled curiosity into my life each day, not by answering each bizarre question I threw at them, but by positing one in return. To my oatmeal queries, I heard the ever-frustrating, "What do you think?" While I despised this, it directed me towards some form of critical thinking at a basic oatmeal level. This critical thinking hasn't disappeared altogether, but it has taken a different form. As I trudged my way through high school, I found myself becoming reliant on the internet, easy access answers. Without any reservation, I can say that GHA rekindled my curiosity quotient. The caliber of student that attended the institution motivated me to know more, to learn more. Incredible mentors expedited this, allowing me resource upon resource with which to deepen my knowledge of time and fame and oatmeal. The freedom within curriculum to explore the liberal arts spoke to the girl whose curiosity had dulled once, but never again. I could say that GHA was comprised of mathematicians, writers, enthusiasts of law, or the future of medicine, but that wouldn't be accurate. GHA was made of thinkers. There was never a moment not filled with questions, with witty banter, with the click-clacking of ping-pong balls, with the depth of knowledge beyond anything I'd seen before among my peers. To each individual in this room, on behalf of myself and the nearly 200 students who accompanied me, thank you for making GHA what it was, and please do it again. If not for my words, then for the unspoken words of my peers, dotted across the great state of West Virginia. Thank you.
Thank you, Logan, Tyler, and Isabel. Those were wonderful remarks. We really appreciate it. Senate will please come to order. The Senate will please come to order. Communications from the House of Delegates.
The Clerk of the House announced that the House changed the effective date only as it relates to Senate Bill 310, updating certain terms used in the West Virginia Personal Income Tax Act.
Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House effective date.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to the effective date to Senate Bill 310. Is there further discussion? Not. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate Bill 310 be made effective from passage.
Excuse me. The Junior Senator from the 17th moves that Senate Bill 310 be made effective from passage. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 32 yeas, 0 nays, 2 absent not voting, more than 2/3 of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The Clerk of the House announced that the House amended and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 560, permitting nursing home use trained individuals administer medication.
Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate amend the House amendment to Senate Bill 560.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate amend the House amendment to Senate Bill 560. Discussion? Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill requires the Office of Health Facility Licensure and Certification, otherwise known as OFLAC, to oversee a program for the administration of medication in nursing homes, which shall be performed by an approved medication-assisted personnel, or AMAP. The House amendment clarifies that the authorizing agency, OFLAC, is the agency promulgating rules. Based upon this amendment, a new title is necessary.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion? Not. The question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment as explained by the Junior Senator from the 17th. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? Junior Senator from the 17th. No other amendments. Question now. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendment as amended.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur in, or that the Senate concur in the House amendment as amended. Is there further discussion? Not. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted as amended. Question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there further discussion? Not. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 27 yeas, 5 nays, 2 absent not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting, having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House refused the Senate amendments and asks the Senate to recede therefrom as it relates to House Bill 4179, Recognition of Emergency Medical Services Personnel Licensure Interstate Compact.
Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate recede from its amendments in House Bill 4179.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate recede from the House or from the amendments to House Bill 4179. Is there discussion? The Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill would recognize that Emergency Medical Services Personnel Licensure Interstate Compact in West Virginia. The Senate amendment repeals a section of code that would have some utility with respect to other states which have not yet enacted the compact. Therefore, Mr. President, I move the Senate recede from its position.
Is there further discussion? Not. All those in favor of the Senator's motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Question now is on passage of the bill as amended by deletion. Is there further discussion? Not. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 32 yeas, 0 nays, 2 absent not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting, having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The Clerk of the House announced the passage by that body of committee substitute for House Bill 4198, permitting a person to obtain a 12-month supply of contraceptive drugs.
Message will be received and referred to Committee on Health and Human Resources.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4217, authorizing the Department of Environmental Protection to promulgate legislative rules.
Message will be received and referred to the Committee on the Judiciary.
House Bill 4406, relating to the reproduction of checks and other records.
Message will be received and referred to Committee on Banking and Insurance.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4513, increasing the replacement costs required of a person causing injury or death of game or protected species.
Message will be received and referred to Committee on the Judiciary. Are there further communications from the House of Delegates?
No, sir.
Communications from the Executive?
There are none.
Reports from standing committees?
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration Senate Bill 502, relating to methamphetamine criminal penalty, and reports back to committee substitute for same, and Senate Bill 692, clarifying persons indicted or charged jointly for felony offense can move to have separate trial, and reports back to committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the 2 committee substitutes do pass. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration Senate Bill 562, expunging certain criminal convictions, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration Senate Bill 610, removing resident manager requirement for Alcohol Beverage Control Administration, and reports the same back with a recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Report will be received.
That's all I have, sir.
Reports from select committees?
There are none.
Introduction of bills. The Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that Senate Bill 797 through 836 be considered introduced, read by their titles, and referred to the appropriate committees as shown on the chamber automation system.
Junior Senator from the 17th requests unanimous consent that Senate Bill number 797 through Senate Bill number 836 be considered introduced, read by their titles, and referred to the appropriate committees as shown on the chamber automation system. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Resolutions.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 39 by Senators Baldwin and Mann, naming the U.S. Navy Petty Officer 1 Jeffrey S. Taylor Memorial Bridge.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over one day.
Senate Resolution 45 by Senator Boley, congratulating St. Mary's High School golf team for winning the 2019 Class A State Golf Championship.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over one day. Further resolution?
No, sir.
Motions. Petitions.
I have a petition presented by Senator Seipolt from WVU Rifle Team supporters containing 93 signatures, In support of Senate Bill 160, creating voluntary WVU rifle team checkoff program on hunting and fishing licenses.
Petition will be received and referred to the Committee on Finance. Are there additional petitions?
No, sir.
Unfinished business.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 25, requesting study on impact of future electromagnetic pulse catastrophe.
Question for the Senate is adoption of resolution. Is there discussion? Senator from Wood County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will try to be quick here. I know there's a long list of things going on today. I was asked by my father, who's a delegate on the House, to introduce this resolution, and so for fear of being grounded for the weekend, I did what my dad told me to do. And this is, though, in all seriousness, a serious issue. We've talked about this for several years. I'm sure you folks have probably heard of the dangers of an electromagnetic pulse burst. The author that he saw on TV that piqued his interest on this was a man named Gordon Chen, wrote a book called Blackout Wars. The danger is real and clear and present, according to the author. This could happen not just by a nuclear warhead, which is the biggest threat, but could also happen by in the realm of nature with a 150-year storm that would take place 7 to 8 miles above our country, and the consequences would be devastating. We just missed this several years ago, a storm like this. The worst scenario would be a nuclear bomb from a country like Iran or China, North Korea, Russia, that would be sent into the atmosphere off of our shores, explode, and it would take out our electric grid. And the consequences could be as dire as essentially taking us to instantly becoming a third world country. We would have, it would take out all the electric, it would take computers out, etc. We would have no electricity, no water or communications, gasoline, automobiles, food supply. Food supply, for example, in New York City, they have a 3-day food supply in New York City. So all this resolution calls for is a study by the Joint Committee on Government and Finance to look at protecting our electric grid. 4 states are already doing this, Maine, Virginia, Florida, and Arizona. Mr. President, I urge adoption.
Is there further discussion? Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this resolution. Our intern, Abigail Badley, did a lot of search through all the details of this and presented it to the committee really well, and I support the resolution.
Is there further discussion? Not. The question before the Senate is adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Are there additional items under unfinished business?
Yes, sir. Senate Concurrent Resolution 33, naming the U.S. Air Force Master Sergeant Devon Duncan Memorial Bridge.
Resolution will be referred to Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 34, naming the U.S. Army Corporal Dane Hampton Hamrick Memorial Bridge.
Resolution will be referred to Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 35, naming the Veterans Memorial Drive.
Resolution will be referred to Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 36, naming the Schaefer Brothers U.S. Military Veterans Memorial Bridge.
Resolution will be referred to Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 37, naming intersection in Hanover, Wyoming County, Godfrey's Corner.
Resolution will be referred to Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure.
Senate Resolution 41, designating February 17th, 2020 as Pancreatic Cancer Day.
The Senator from Tucker County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference dispensed with, and resolution be placed upon its adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will please read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 41, designating February 17th, 2020 as Pancreatic Cancer Day at the Capitol.
Question before the Senate is adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? The senator from Tucker County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of this resolution. In 2020, an estimated 50,000 people will be diagnosed with pancreatic cancer in the United States, which equates to 158 people every single day. Pancreatic cancer is the deadliest cancer and is currently the third leading cause of cancer deaths in the United States, and is projected to become the second leading cause within the next decade. Pancreatic cancer is one of the deadliest cancers with a 5-year survival rate of just 10%. When symptoms of pancreatic cancer presents themselves, it is generally at later stages, and 73% of cancer patients die within the first year of being diagnosed, while 91% of pancreatic cancers will die within the first 5 years. Approximately 310 deaths will occur just in West Virginia in 2020. This is the same disease which claimed the life of former West Virginia Governor William Marlin, actor Patrick Swayze, Super Bowl MVP Harvey Martin, and the Queen of Soul, Aretha Franklin, just to name a few. One of the less than 20% of patients diagnosed with pancreatic cancer who is able to have the Whipple surgery is our own John Holmberg, who is currently a bill drafter for the West Virginia Legislature and retired as the Director of Legislative Services in 2014. Pancreatic cancer is the 7th most common cause of cancer-related deaths across the world. While overall cancer death rates are declining, the pancreatic cancer death rate in patients has been increasing. The number of new pancreatic cancer incidents has been increasing and is projected to increase by more than 55% by 2030. Mr. President, this is a cruel disease, as any cancer is, but this one here, what prevents is the early detection rate of this. There's organizations here that promote the early detections, getting to the doctor, getting it diagnosed early stages so you have a somewhat better chance of surviving this horrible disease. So for these reasons, I urge support of the resolution.
Is there further discussion? Recognize Senator from Boone County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will also rise in support of this resolution. We as physicians understand just what a terrible disease this is. It's seldom diagnosed in time to have a stage 1 or stage 2 diagnosis. By the time we get it diagnosed, it's more of a stage 4, and it's a terrible disease. The treatment is not good. And I'll tell you another little scenario. Of those 310 folks, a couple of them are my dear friends that have already expired. One of the things that's most frustrating as a physician is trying to stage these cancers, because the difference between a stage 1 cancer and a stage 4 literally is life and death. Now, so you've just been told you have a mass on your pancreas. I, as a physician, then have to find out the next step. Is it just in the head of the pancreas, the tail of the pancreas? So you have to order these tests, CT scans, PET scans, etc. It's called staging. Now, you've just been diagnosed with something, and 2 and 3 weeks later, you still haven't gotten the approval to get that next step, that next test, so that we know what our next step is, whether we can refer you to a surgeon, whether we can have to just refer you for chemotherapy or even palliation or even hospice. So I went ahead and put in a Senate Bill 56. It says basically for the purpose of staging cancer, and if you follow the NCEE guidelines, you don't have to have a prior authorization. It would help these people a lot better. I mean, you know, again, 2 weeks, 3 weeks to decide what the next step is. We need to pay attention to things like this and care about our patients with this terrible diagnosis. I urge adoption.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Not the question before the Senate is adoption of resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. The junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would request unanimous consent that the comments from our senators from Tucker and Boone be placed in the appendix of the journal.
Without objection, so ordered. Junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in brief recess for the purpose of presenting this resolution.
Junior senator from the 17th moves that the Senate stand in recess for the purpose of presenting this resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the Senate in brief recess to present this resolution. Senate will please come to order. The Senate will please come to order. Additional items under unfinished business. First, let me recognize the junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just request unanimous consent that the comments from our senator from Wood regarding SCR 25 be placed in the appendix of the journal.
Without objection, so ordered. Further items under unfinished business.
Senate Resolution 42, commemorating the centennial of the ratification of the 19th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution.
The senator from Pleasants County.
Mr. President, I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be placed upon its adoption.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will please read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 42, commemorating the centennial of the ratification of the 19th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States.
Question before the Senate is adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? Is there discussion? The senator from Pleasants County.
Mr. President, I'd like to speak to the resolution.
Senator may proceed.
The women's suffrage movement began in 1848 when a women's rights convention was held in Seneca Falls, New York. The Seneca Falls meeting was not the first in support of women's rights, but suffragists later reviewed it as the meeting that launched the suffrage movement. For the next 50 years, women's suffrage supporters worked to educate the public about the validity of women's suffrage. Under the leadership of Susan B. Anthony, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, and other women's rights pioneers, suffragists petitions and lobbied Congress to pass a constitutional amendment to enfranchise women. At the turn of the century, women reformers in the club movement and in the settlement house movement wanted to pass legislation. However, many politicians were unwilling to listen to a disenfranchised group. Thus, over the time, women began to realize that in order to achieve reform, they needed to win the right to vote. For these reasons, at the turn of the century, the women's suffrage movement became a mass movement. The 20th century leadership of the suffrage movement passed to two organizations. The first, the National American Woman Suffrage Association, NAWSA, under the leadership of Carrie Chapman, CAT, was a moderate organization. The NAWSA undertook campaigns to enfranchise women in individual states and simultaneously lobbied President Wilson in Congress to pass a woman suffrage constitutional amendment. In the 1910s, NAWSA's membership numbered in the millions. The second group, the National Women's Party, NWP, under the leadership of Alice Paul, was a more militant organization. The NWP undertook radical actions, including picketing the White House, in order to convince Wilson and Congress to pass a women's suffrage amendment. In 1920, due to the combined efforts of the NAWSA and the NWP, the 19th Amendment enfranchising women was finally ratified. This victory is considered the most significant achievement of women in the progressive era. It was the single largest extension of democratic voting rights in our nation's history, and it was achieved peacefully through democratic processes. I support the resolution.
Thank you. Are there further discussion? Now I recognize the senator from Wyoming County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to add a little bit to support this resolution. In July of 1848, 200 women suffragists organized by Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Lucretia Moat met in Seneca Falls, New York to discuss women's rights after approving measures asserting the rights of women to educational and employment opportunities. They passed a resolution that declared it is the duty of women of this country to secure themselves their sacred right to the elective franchise for proclaiming women's right to vote. They were ridiculed, and some of the women withdrew. However, the resolution marked the beginning of the women's suffrage movement in America. Today, women make up 51% of the vote. This is a great accomplishment since we have only been voting for 100 years. The first national convention was held in 1850 that repeated annually, providing an important focus on growing women's suffrage movement. The 19th Amendment is in our Constitution. After more than 70 years of struggling, in 1869, the National Women's Association was founded by Susan B. Anthony. although it was many more years of struggling before they got the right to vote, which was they ratified on August 26, 1920. I stand proud to support this resolution.
Thank you. Are there other members desiring to speak to the resolution? Not. Recognize the junior senator from 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just request unanimous consent that the comments from the senators from Pleasant and Wyoming counties be placed in the appendix of the journal.
Without objection, so ordered. Question now is adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. Junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in brief recess for the purpose of presenting the resolution.
Junior senator from the 17th moves that the Senate stand in brief recess for the purpose of presenting this important resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the Senate in recess to present this resolution. Senate will please come to order. The Senate will please come to order. Are there additional items under unfinished business?
Yes, sir. Senate Resolution 43, recognizing President George Washington and President Abraham Lincoln on President's Day.
Recognize the senator from Wood County.
Mr. President, I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be placed upon its adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will please read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 43, recognizing President George Washington and President Abraham Lincoln on President's Day.
Question before the Senate is adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? Senator from Wood County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to take just a few minutes here and emphasize the importance of two of our greatest presidents, maybe our two greatest presidents, and this being President's Day, which, according to History.com, became known as President's Day in 1979 when it was 71, when it was moved as part of the 1971's Uniform Monday Holiday Act, which was, quote unquote, an attempt to create more three-day weekends. So, in my opinion, that's counterproductive to creating great Americans when you kind of meld two great characters in American history and forget them on a Monday called generically President's Day. My friend from Morgan always gives an eloquent and informative speech on Lincoln. I'm not going to tread into that sacred territory. I will say, though, that Lincoln was a great admirer of Washington. One such quote, Lincoln said, "Washington is the mightiest name of earth, long since mightiest in the cause of civil liberty, still mightiest in moral reformation. On that name, no eulogy is expected. It cannot be. To add brightness to the sun or glory to the name of Washington is alike impossible, let none attempt it." Following George Washington's death in 1799, his February 22nd birthday became a perennial day of remembrance. Washington, D.C. contains a memoriam to the general called the Washington Monument at 555 feet high. It is the tallest structure in D.C. The aluminum capstone on top of the monument reads, "Los Deo," praise be to God. Born in February 22nd, 1732 at Pope's Creek, Virginia, Washington lacked formal education. He taught surveying, received a license from the College of William and Mary in 1745 at the age of 17. He married the widow Martha Custis in 1752 and had two stepchildren, never having biological children of his own, thus being able to be called the father of our country. He was a vast landowner, which included many lands in West Virginia. He had 70,000 acres over 7 states. And some of those acreages were in Wood County, Berkeley, Morgan, Jefferson, and others. Children need heroes, Mr. President. Our boys need men to emulate, to copy, to look up to. The songwriter Rich Mullins spoke of the effect of biblical stories in a song that said, "Stories like that make a boy grow bold. Stories like that make a man walk straight." Allow me, Mr. President, to tell a quick story. One such story, perhaps my favorite, of the inimitable George Washington. During the end of the wars, almost to its close, there was a movement amongst the generals and the soldiers and the leadership of Washington's army to perhaps take the army and make it go rogue. They were mad because they had not received pensions, they had not received back pay, they had not gotten supplies that they needed, and they felt that they were not being listened to by Congress at Philadelphia, and they were mad at Washington because they felt like he wasn't doing his job and getting them their pensions and back pay and so on. The war was almost to a close. Washington called the generals and talked to the generals and said, have a big meeting, and have the meeting at a large log hall called the Temple. Could hold several hundred men. Washington said, I will not be there. You held the meeting and tell me what happens, and we'll talk after that. They had the meeting. It was packed and jammed with several hundred people, and Washington changed his mind and on horseback attended the meeting by himself without entourage. He walked onto the stage, looked at the several hundred men who were angry and upset, and he spoke with them and pleaded with them and talked with them to no avail. He had brought along a letter from a delegate named Jones who was essentially supporting his cause. The letter was handwritten, hard to read, and it was dim and somewhat dark inside of the meeting place. And Washington grabbed for his glasses and was fumbling for his glasses and was putting them on, and he was embarrassed in front of his men for them to see that he struggled just to put his spectacles on, and they frankly had never even seen him in spectacles and didn't even know he wore them. And he said to the men, gentlemen, you must pardon me. I have grown gray in your service and now find myself going blind as well. And that one statement touched the men so deeply. The man they had followed in battle, the man who was the bravest warrior on a battlefield they had ever seen, the man who had never turned their back on them. They were touched to the quick, and men began weeping. Men began crying. Men began hugging each other. Washington finished the letter, put his spectacles in his pocket, got on horseback, and rode away alone. And the coup d'etat dissolved. King George, after the war, could not believe what he had heard about Washington, what he heard that he had plans to retire like Cincinnatus and go back to Mount Vernon and live a life of ease and comfort, not become king of America, which he could have done. He could have been king and the rest of his life been a man of great power. When he heard that, King George said, if the general does that, he'll be the greatest man in the world. And so he was, Mr. President. He was the greatest man in the world. That's why I wanted to offer this resolution, because the children of West Virginia and the children of America, especially our young boys, need to learn about great men like Lincoln and like Washington. Mr. President, I would urge its adoption. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion? Not question before the Senate is adoption of resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the resolution adopted. Junior Senator from 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the comments from the Senator from Wood regarding SR 43 be placed in the appendix of the Journal.
Without objection, so ordered. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Senate Resolution 44, urging Major League Baseball rescind ill-advised proposal that threatens future of professional baseball in West Virginia.
Junior Senator from the 8th.
Yes, Mr. President, I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be placed upon its adoption.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will please read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 44, urging Major League Baseball to rescind the ill-advised proposal that threatens the future of professional baseball in West Virginia.
Question for the Senate is adoption of resolution. Is discussion? The Junior Senator from the 8th.
President, I ask unanimous consent to explain the resolution in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. As a lot of you know, about 6 months ago, Major League Baseball announced a plan to eliminate 42 minor league teams, including 4 West Virginia teams: the West Virginia Black Bears in Morgantown, the West Virginia Power here in Charleston, the Bluefield Blue Jays, and the Princeton Rays. In addition, the elimination or contraction of the minor league teams would include the Hagerstown Suns, which is a baseball team that our Eastern Panhandle folks, I'm sure, attend every once in a while. This would be catastrophic for each of these areas in the state of West Virginia. I can only speak intelligently about the impact the West Virginia Power, formerly known as the Charleston Alley Cats, the Charleston Wheelers, and the Charleston Charlies. I can only speak intelligently about this team and organization, because it's these teams and organizations that I've grown up with here in the Kanawha Valley. Presently, the West Virginia Power has nearly a $3 million annual impact on the local economy. The West Virginia Power employs 140 employees, and the West Virginia Power contributes more than $200,000 a year to local businesses and organizations. More importantly, the West Virginia Power and its baseball team provide entertainment and a quality life here in Charleston that if you're a baseball fan, you can't get enough of. But if you're not a baseball fan, it creates a community center, or a center for the community to come to. And I'll give you a couple examples. The West Virginia Power Park is where the Boo Bash is held every year for Halloween. The West Virginia Power Park is also where CAMC, Charleston Area Medical Center, holds its annual clinic. The high school baseball championships are played at Charleston Power Park, and the WVU Marshall baseball team game is played there. Baseball is very important economically, but also important to the fabric of our nation and our history and our sports. I myself take my boys, 8 and 6, to about 10 to 15 games a year during the summer. And you can't beat the entertainment value, especially when you compare it to the movie theater prices that you have to pay. For example, I go on Dollar Night and Family Night, and those are just great evenings to take your kids to the baseball park. I can't for the life of me understand why Major League Baseball would undertake such a proposal or plan. I think it's short-sighted in that there are fewer people, in that the NBA and the NFL run circles around Major League Baseball when it comes to young viewership and people being interested in baseball. This is a short-sighted plan because there are few, but for these rural teams, most people would not be able to go see a baseball game. Most people can't make the trip to Cincinnati or Pittsburgh to watch it. And so I urge adoption of this amendment, or strike that, urge adoption of this resolution to let Major League Baseball know how important minor league baseball is to Charleston and West Virginia, and I ask for the yeas and nays. Thank you, Mr. President.
The question for the Senate is adoption of resolution. The senator from Monongalia seeks recognition.
Just the resolution.
Senator may speak to the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, you know, years ago, if any of you remember Saturday Night Live episodes, there used to be a segment that they did probably every Saturday evening, and the comment by the key character was, baseball has been very, very, very good to me. And that's what it's been for Monongalia County. Many of you in this room remember when we passed our TIF district back in, I believe, 2014 or 13. The anchor to that project was the baseball park. And it hinged on the fact that WVU and a professional team were going to come into town, and that's where they would reside. It has been very good, very, very good for economic activity in Monongalia County. But I think it's been very, very good, as my gentleman from here in Kanawha has mentioned, for families as a whole. Both the WV games and the Blackbird games are almost sellout games, if not sold out year-round. I myself have been to many games with my children as well, and it's a good, pleasant atmosphere for the community. And it has broadened our view of baseball in Monongalia County. While we've always had a WVU baseball team, it was always kind of like, yeah, we know it's there, but now it's very successful. And as a matter of fact, the Black Bears recently won the title in their division. So in just a short time, they've made a name for themselves. So I agree that this is a very short-sighted look at what's going on in baseball across the United States. And I too would urge the adoption of the gentleman's amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the resolution? Not. The question for Senate is adoption of resolution. The yeas and nays have been demanded. Is the demand sustained? The demand is sustained. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 32 yeas, 0 nays, 2 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the resolution adopted. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Mr. President, I just request unanimous consent that the comments from the junior senator from the 8th and the senator from Monongalia be placed in the appendix of the journal.
Without objection, so ordered. Senior Senator from the 15th seeks recognition.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a request we return to the second order of business.
Senior Senator from the 15th requests unanimous consent to return to the second order of business. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Introduction of guests. Senior Senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's with great honor and privilege that we've got someone here in the gallery today, in the President's gallery, that has been a tremendous help in my situation. And she's also, I probably believe, one of the #1 viewers of the live stream of this body as well. So with that said, I'd like for the members to give a warm welcome to the Senator from Morgan's wife, who's in the President's gallery. Would everyone please make her welcome?
Thank you. Are there further introductions? Unfinished? We're finished with unfinished. Bills on third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 265, authorizing DEP to develop reclamation of abandoned and dilapidated properties program. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? The senator from Mercer County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 265 creates a special revenue account to be administered by the DEP to help cities and counties throughout the state with the reclamation of abandoned or dilapidated properties. I'm happy to answer questions, but I urge passage of the bill.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion? Not. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 32 yeas, 0 nays, 2 absent not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 279, requiring dental insurance plans, honor assignment made in writing by person covered. Third reading of the bill.
The question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? The senator from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 279 would add 5 new sections to the state code, and they would all go in various articles in Chapter 33, 1 new section in Article 15, 1 in Article 16, 1 in Article 24, 1 in Article 25, and 1 in Article 25A. In all those sections and in all cases, the purpose of the bill is to permit a person who is entitled to receive benefits under a dental plan to assign those benefits to a dentist who provides service to him or her, whether or not the dentist, the professional, is part of the network of the plan. This allows a person who is entitled to benefits to make assignment of those. It requires that there be disclosure to the patient regarding the consequences of the assignment and use of a person who's not a participant in the plan, but it expands freedom a little bit and makes benefits assignable. Be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, I urge the bill's passage.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion? Not. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Senator from Wood County. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, being 32 yeas, 0 nays, 2 absent not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 306, licensing of drivers utilizing bioptic telescopic devices. Third reading of the bill.
The question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? The senator from Wetzel County.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill amends sections of code concerning the licensing of Class G drivers, drivers with severely impaired eyesight who use bioptic telescopic device to aid them while driving. The bill allows Class G instruction permittees under the age of 18 who have successfully completed an approved driver training program to drive when accompanied by a parent or legal guardian. The bill does away with the requirement for submission of clinical low vision examination by a vision specialist to the Division of Motor Vehicles and the Division of Rehabilitation Services if the applicant already submitted such a report within the past 12 months. It allows the initial Class G license to be issued without a daytime driving restriction if the licensee meets the same requirements as necessary for a removal of the daytime driving restrictions. Finally, the bill allows DMV to renew a Class G license for up to 4 years if certain vision and driving requirements are met. I urge passage of the bill.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion? Not, all those in favor will vote yea, those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 32 yeas, 0 nays, 2 absent not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action and send it to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 490 relating to criminal offenses against agricultural facilities. Third reading of the bill.
The question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? The senator from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 490 would add a single new section to our state code. It goes in Chapter 61, which is our criminal code, Article 3B, which relates to trespassing offenses, and it would be designated as Section 7. This new section of state code would define new offenses, serious trespassing offenses relating to agricultural facilities. So the new section has 7 subsections. The first one is just definitions, and it defines terms such as animal or crop facility. Those are defined terms. Crop is a defined term, and then the offenses start in subsection B. This bill is designed to ramp up penalties for people who willfully and intentionally trespass upon agricultural property for the purpose of mischief, destruction of property, theft, and it also criminalizes conspiracies to do that sort of thing. It does not, in my judgment, interfere with the constitutional right that people have to peaceable assembly, guaranteed under the First Amendment to the Constitution, but enhances penalties when people go onto someone else's private agricultural property for the purpose of doing destruction or damage or theft. Or when they conspire to do so. Mr. President, I'd be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, I urge the passage of the bill.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion? Not, all those in favor will vote yea, those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 32 yeas, 0 nays, 2 absent not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk has a title amendment.
Senator Trump moved to amend the title of the bill.
Question before the Senate is adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 589, creating critical needs failing systems sub-account. Third reading of the bill.
The question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Recognize the senator from Wetzel County.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 589 enacts a new section of State Code, Chapter 31, which is Corporation Article 15A, West Virginia Infrastructure, Jobs, and Development Council. It would be designated Section 17C, all relating to creating the Critical Needs Failing System subaccount. The purpose of this bill is to create a subaccount to maintain money that has been reserved for addressing critical needs in the state's water and sewer systems. It authorizes the West Virginia Infrastructure and Jobs Development Council to direct the Water Development Authority to make loans and grants from this subaccount for projects the council determines will remediate a critical and immediate problem so long as the cost of the project is $1 million or less. The committee substitute inserts language that West Virginia Water Development Authority is to transfer $4 million from each congressional district to this fund beginning June 30th this year and continuing every year thereafter. I'll be happy to try to answer any questions. Otherwise, I urge adoption of the bill.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion? Not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 32 yeas, 0 nays, 2 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 597 relating to judicial branch members' salaries and pensions. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Recognize the senator from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Finance Committee substitute for the Judiciary Committee substitute for Senate Bill 597 fulfills the original purpose of the introduced bill and the Judiciary Committee substitute, which is, Mr. President, the implementation of salary increases that were recommended by the Judicial Compensation Commission that was established by this legislature 3 years ago. This bill amends 4 sections of state code, and they're all in Chapter 51, Articles 1, 2, and 2A of the code. The bill will provide salary increases for judicial officers of the state, Mr. President, magistrates, family court judges, circuit court judges, and justices of the West Virginia Supreme Court of Appeals. The Judiciary Committee substitute originally implemented those in 1 year. The Finance Committee substitute approaches it a little differently and has them being phased in over a 2-year period, ending in the same place, but a 2-year phase-in. So the first half would take effect July 1st of this year, and the second half would take effect July 1st, 2021. Members on Judiciary will remember that the Judiciary Committee substitute also included language that permitted the family court judges to become participants in Tier 2 of the judicial retirement system. That was removed from the Finance Committee substitute, and it is the subject of a separate bill, which I believe has been reported from the Pensions Committee already. Mr. President, I'll be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, I would urge passage of this bill, which will affect judicial compensation increases. It hasn't happened in the state since 2011.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion? Recognize the senator from Cabell County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Briefly, I want to rise in support. Many of our judges, believe it or not, in this state are paid below judges in Guam, American Samoa, and Puerto Rico. Not only are we 50th for many of our judges in terms of their salary level, we're 55th, I think, with our family court judges. So when you go to court, you expect to have a high-level person judging your case. And let's face it, the compensation package that's available to our magistrates, family court judges, and circuit judges is relevant when it comes to attracting top talent to those positions. So I urge passage.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Further discussion? Not, question before the Senate is shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 29 yeas, 3 nays, 2 absent not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from July 1, 2020, and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective July 1, 2020, and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question there being 29 yeas, 3 nays, 2 absent and not voting, more than 2/3 of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective July 1, 2020. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 702, designating specific grade levels in which nutrition and physical fitness programs are taught. Third reading of the bill.
The question before the Senate is shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Recognize the senator from Jefferson County.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 702 creates the Nutrition and Exercise Education Fund, from which money is to be awarded on a competitive basis to eligible school districts. It requires the State Board to adopt guidelines for administration of the fund. It also requires the Department of Education to annually submit to the Governor and Lucia a report that summarizes awards made from the fund and report the accountability measures of school districts receiving a grant from this fund. The committee substitute also allows a school district to develop or adopt a program instead of the current program required to be prescribed by the State Board, in which the subject of nutrition and exercise education is taught with a focus on the importance of increasing awareness as to how nutrition and exercise prevent childhood obesity and its secondary diseases. The program may include, but is not limited to, the optional, more specific physical fitness program set forth below. It requires the program to include pre- and post-testing, to be at least 8 weeks in duration, and to include instructions on the applicable wellness standards in accordance with State Board policy. The more specific optional physical fitness program must include a provision for evidence-based, nutrient and structured exercise education for all teachers and children in grades 3 through 6. I'm happy to answer any questions. This is a bill that I hope will help us to increase the health of our students here in the state of West Virginia. I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 32 yeas, 0 nays, 2 absent not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Junior Senator from 17.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective July 1, 2020, and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective July 1, 2020, and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question there being 32 yeas, 0 nays, 2 absent not voting, more than 2/3 of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective July 1, 2020. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 703, increasing earning limit for employees who accept separation incentive. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? The senator from Jefferson County.
Thank you. This will be a lot quicker. This bill increases the amount an employee granted a retirement or separation incentive from a state institution of higher education can earn through contract employment with the institution, from $5,000 to $25,000 per fiscal year. I'm happy to answer any question. I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 32 yeas, 0 nays, 2 absent not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the roll that the bill be made effective from passage. Request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, there being 32 yeas, 0 nays, 2 absent, not voting, more than 2/3 of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 706, clarifying duties of law enforcement training and certification subcommittee. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? The senior senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 706 would authorize the Law Enforcement Professional Standards Subcommittee to deny the establishment of a new law enforcement training academy if the subcommittee determines there is no need for it. The bill codifies training academy requirements for law enforcement officer certification and provides that the training program must be completed within 18 consecutive months of an officer's employment. A one-time extension is for good cause is allowed, and the subcommittee has the discretion to grant an additional hardship extension. Certification will also require passing an examination that includes written requirements, physical standards, and good moral character standards. I'll entertain questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 32 yeas, 0 nays, 2 absent not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting, having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 712, correcting name of forensic analysis laboratory. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? The senator from Jefferson County.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill amends the Code of West Virginia by striking the language DNA, correcting the name of the Forensic Analysis Laboratory of the Marshall University Forensic Science Center. I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion? Not all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Senator from Brooke County. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 32 yeas, 0 nays, 2 absent not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Junior Senator from 17.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage. I request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Junior Senator from 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question being 32 yeas, 0 nays, 2 absent not voting, more than 2/3 of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 746, providing contracted managed care companies access to uniform maternal screening tool. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Recognize the senator from Marshall County.
Thank you, Mr. President. The proposed bill permits managed care organizations with respect to Medicaid or CHIP plans or contracts, which were reviewed and approved by DHHR and BMS, to be provided data from the Uniform Maternal Screening Tool regarding their own covered members. The goal is to have earlier intervention and improved maternal outcomes. The bill provides that the contracted managed care companies and BMS must maintain confidentiality of the data received. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? Not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 32 yeas, 0 nays, 2 absent not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting, having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2497, relating to the whistleblower law. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Recognize the senator from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for House Bill 2497 amends the state whistleblower law. That was enacted first by the legislature in 1988. The bill, as amended by the Senate, would amend 3 sections of state code. All 3 are in Chapter 6C, Article 1. The amended sections are Section 3, Section 4, and Section 7. The amendments are brief. The amendment to Section 3 provides that no employer may deny a whistleblower covered by the Act because of his or her status or actions as a whistleblower, a promotion or other increase in compensation that the whistleblower otherwise would have received. The 4th section of the Act, the amendment to that, makes clear that an employee who's covered by the civil service system who has suffered retaliatory behavior or action as a result of being a whistleblower may pursue a grievance under the Public Employees Grievance Procedure. And then the amendment to the 3rd section, it's Section 7 of the Act, really relates to political activity. And it says nothing impairs the rights of an employer covered by the an employee covered by the civil service system to be an organization of employees or to refrain from being a member of an organization of employees as that person may choose. Be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, I urge the bill's passage.
Is there further discussion? Not. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 32 yeas, 0 nays, 2 absent not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk has a title amendment.
Committee on the Judiciary move to amend the title of the bill.
Question before the Senate is adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 4166, prohibiting certain sex offenders from being in a supervisory position over children. 3rd reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Recognize the senator from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 4166 would amend a single section of the state code. It's in Chapter 62, Article 12, Section 26. And it would make clear that persons who are convicted, who've been found guilty of violation of 2 offenses, they're sexual assault and sexual abuse offenses under the state code, are prohibited absolutely from being in any kind of supervisory position or playing a supervisory role or being responsible for groups of children, including but not limited to religious organizations, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, 4-H organizations, sporting and scholastic teams, music, sporting, theater groups and camps, and summer day camps. So those persons who've been convicted of sexual abuse or sexual assault may not act in any of those roles in West Virginia with respect to children. Be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, I urge the bill's passage.
Is there further discussion? Recognize the senator from Cabell County.
Will the Judiciary Chair yield?
Senator, does the senator yield? Senator does yield.
Yes, I will. So during committee, I raised the question, you may recall it, about whether, of course, we're dealing with sexually violent offenders supervising groups of children, which is, at this day and time, we can all agree should never, ever, ever occur. So I asked the question during committee whether this was only during the time they were being supervised by the court, and I think I was told it did, but I don't read it that way. Would you take a look at page 3, line 47, which is the language that's at issue here, and see if we can cover that again?
Yeah, I agree. The language is subsection C, and it says, in addition to any other prohibitions. So, I view that as being extending beyond a period of supervised probation.
So we agree that this wouldn't just be during the supervision period?
I think probably for purposes of enforcement by the court, the court's authority to enforce as to an individual probationer or parolee may be limited to that period, but I think the prohibition is permanent. At least that's how I read it.
That would be consistent if you look at line 20, that they're not allowed to live within 1,000 feet of the victim. I don't believe that is only during a period of supervision of probation or parole. I think that's a lifetime ban, isn't it?
Well, in subsection B, as you note, and some of these changes are pretty recent in our state code, but in subsection B, it allows a person to be supervised for a minimum of 10 years up to life, further prohibited from, and then this list. So, we have this state some years ago recognized that there are valid reasons to extend supervision of sexual offenders beyond what would be a normal sentence or term of probation, and those can run for life now.
Thank you. Speak to the bill.
Senators recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the bill. The days when the Boy Scouts or the Girl Scouts or a religious organization or anybody else that is supervising groups of children can say, oh, I didn't know he was a sex offender, registered violent sexual predator, and I went ahead and I'm sorry that I let him supervise these young children. Those days are over, and that came up in committee. Well, what about a theater group, and they don't really know, and they're in a small town, and, they meant well, but then this sex offender was supervising these young children in a group. Those days are over. If you're still doing that as a group, regardless of how rural your setting might be or innocent your motives, you're in violation of the spirit and the letter of this particular legislation, and I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion? Not, all those in favor will vote yea, those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 32 yeas, 0 nays, 2 absent not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 4381 relating to lifetime hunting, fishing, and trapping licenses for adopted children. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? The Senator from Upshur County.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 4381 would amend West Virginia Code Chapter 20-2B-7, which governs lifetime hunting, fishing, and trapping licenses. Currently, this section includes a requirement that the Department of Natural Resources propose a legislative rule that the fee for a lifetime license for any resident hunter or resident under 2 years of age is 1/2 of the adult fee for a lifetime license. This bill would require the Department of Natural Resources to also include in the proposed legislative rule that the lifetime license fee for any resident under 12 years of age who has been legally adopted is 1/2 of the adult lifetime license fee, and that this lifetime license may be obtained up to 2 years from the date of entry of the order or decree of adoption. Be happy to answer any question and urge passage of the bill.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea, those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 32 yeas, 0 nays, 2 absent not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4470 relating to persons 18 years of age or older in the custody of the Bureau of Juvenile Services. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Recognize the Senator from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for House Bill 4470 amends a single section of the state code. It's Chapter 49, which relates to juveniles, in Article 4, which relates to court actions, and it's Section 722. And the amendment is a simple one, which is designed to clarify that when a juvenile turns 18 and is in the continuing custody and jurisdiction of the Commissioner of Corrections and Rehabilitation, because under our law, juvenile jurisdiction extends to age 21, they still have to be kept outside of the sight and sound of adult inmates. Be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, I urge the passage of the bill.
Is there further discussion? Recognize the senior senator from the 5th.
Will the senator from Morgan yield?
Senator yields. Senator does yield.
Yes, sir.
We've been trying to address this for a couple years now. Is this the final chapter?
Well, I hope it is. We'll never say final, because we have to, if we need to correct it, the senator's absolutely correct. This year's bill is essentially a correction from a bill we passed. It was either last year or the year before. And as the senator knows, we have problems arise, both state law problems and federal law problems, when those populations are mixed, juveniles and adults. Federal law requires that they be kept apart from one another, as they should be. So does state law. And we have a little bit of twist to the whole thing when the Division of Rehabilitation and Corrections has someone who was charged and dealt with by the court system as a juvenile, but has turned 18 in custody, and juvenile jurisdiction continues in the juvenile court until they're 21. But I do think, who knows, I may stand corrected next year, and we may have to do something else. But this is designed to correct the confusion that arose from the previous legislation.
And if you remember correctly, in the past it was the Prosecutors Association that had some issues with someone that had been adjudicated at 18, had actually before 18, and then had turned 18, and they where did you put them? They actually were released.
Right. Your memory's excellent, and I think it was the senator from the 5th, from Wayne, who brought it to the committee's attention and the Senate's attention last year and the year before that, for which we are appreciative. Those prickly problems arise. You have someone incarcerated as a juvenile for an offense that he or she committed as a juvenile, but turns 18 in custody and commits a new offense while in custody. Smacks or hits a correctional officer, and that happens. Well, they're 18. It's adult crime. And so they can receive and do receive sometimes adult jail sentences for that. But when they serve that sentence, the courts have been vexed with the question of, where do we send this person? He's an adult. He was in juvenile custody. We send him back to juvenile custody. What population is it appropriate to put this person with? This bill would answer that by saying out of sight and sound of adult inmates.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 32 yeas, 0 nays, 2 absent not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting, having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent to the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question being 32 yeas, 0 nays, 2 absent not voting, more than 2/3 of those elected, having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 4476, providing for the timely and efficient collection, submission, testing, retention, and disposition of forensic evidence in sexual assault cases. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Senator from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for
the engrossed House Bill 4476, as amended by the Senate on Friday, amends six different sections of West Virginia State Code. It creates one new section of State Code that's designated as Section 1A in Article 9B, Chapter 15. These are all in Chapter 15. The legislation deals generally with the laying out the procedures for the collection, storage, testing, efficiently, retention and tracking of forensic evidence that's collected in sexual assault cases. The bill would transfer some duties from the Division of Justice and Community Corrections to the Division of Administrative Services. Additionally, it requires that sexual assault forensic examination kits that are collected by healthcare providers, those are to be provided directly, submitted to the West Virginia State Police Forensic Lab. Lastly, the bill establishes misdemeanor penalties for willful neglect or refusal to perform duties by the article, and it gives some rulemaking authority to the West Virginia State Police. This, Mr. President, legislation is designed to make sure that we're doing correctly what must be done in sexual assault cases to make sure there's proper chain of custody for the evidence, to make sure the evidence is preserved in a proper manner and is available for use in court cases, prosecutions, when people are charged with criminal offenses of sexual assault. Be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, I urge the passage of the bill.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 31 yeas, 0 nays, 3 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk has a title amendment.
Committee on the Judiciary move to amend the title of the bill.
Question before the Senate is adoption of title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it. Declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Are there additional bills under third reading?
No, sir.
Bills on second reading. Junior Senator from 17, or excuse me, bills on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 285, eliminating West Virginia Greyhound Breeding Development Fund.
Junior Senator from 17.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill over one day while retaining its place on the calendar.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Senate Bill 572, expiring funds from general revenue and lottery net profits to various accounts. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not the bill be engrossed, advance to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 717, relating generally to adult protective services. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not the bill be engrossed, advance to third reading.
Senate Bill 725, supplemental appropriation to various Department of Education accounts. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not the bill be engrossed, advance to third reading.
Senate Bill 778, supplemental appropriation expiring funds from State Excess Lottery Revenue Fund to DHHR. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not the bill be engrossed, advance to third reading.
Senate Bill 779, supplemental appropriation expiring funds in State Excess Lottery Revenue to Department of Veterans Assistance. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not the bill be engrossed and advance to third reading.
Senate Bill 780, supplemental appropriation by decreasing and adding new appropriation out of Treasury to DMAP. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not the bill be engrossed, advance to third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 4353, creating a rational nexus requirement between prior criminal conduct and initial licensure decision-making. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on Government Organization moved to amend the bill.
Recognize the senior senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 4353 extends the rational nexus standard, which prohibits denial of licensure because of a prior conviction that does not bear a rational nexus to the license, to occupations and professions outside of Chapter 30 of the Code. Although this is a strike and insert amendment, the only changes it makes are to extend the application of the bill to a section of the code that was omitted from the introduced version and several technical changes. I'll entertain questions. Otherwise, I urge adoption of the amendment.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion? Not. The question before the Senate is adoption of the Committee on Government Organizations amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not, the bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 4601 relating to distribution of premium tax proceeds to municipal policemen's and firemen's pension and relief funds. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not, the bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading. Are there additional bills under second reading?
No, sir.
Bills on first reading. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that all bills on first read be considered read at first time and advanced to second read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Introduction of guest. Remarks by members of the Senate. Recognize the Senator from Monongalia County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, earlier today I was going to make a motion to discharge the committee on regards to the Katherine Johnson Act, which is the Gender Equality Act, Gender Pay Equality Act. Instead, I chose to just chat with you for a few minutes, if I may. I think it's important that we remember today the 100 years that it's taken women to get the right to vote, or 100 years ago it took the women to get the right to vote. But there's still struggle in regards to equal pay across the state of West Virginia and across our great country. But here in West Virginia, just let me throw a couple of numbers out there. The pay gap here in West Virginia is 26%. 50% of the population is making 26% less than the man here in the state of West Virginia. I should point out a few counties across this state that are significant numbers. Braxton County, which the pay gap is 50% in that county alone. 31% in Putnam, 46% in Lincoln. Counties that are doing better, 15% in Monroe. I'm not sure why Monroe's so much better, but they are. But the county that really impresses me is the fact that Doddridge, of all the counties across the state of West Virginia, they are a +6. A +6. They are not a negative, a +6 in what they're paying women across their county. So those are just not numbers. There's a face that goes with that. So let me just go through a couple of things here, why we should be considering equal pay legislation here in this session. We dabbled with it last year. Committee on Judiciary brought the bill forward, and we had it here on the floor just briefly. But let me just go through a couple of things here that we should keep in mind as we're moving forward, because there still is time. The bill resides in the Committee on Workforce, and it would be greatly appreciated if Workforce would take this issue up before time is expanded here in this session. But women are the sole and co-breadwinner in approximately 2/3 of American families. So when the woman brings home less than they have a right to earn, it hurts women and their families and the economy as a whole. Women also have less money to pay off educational debt, which contributes to the fact that they hold 2/3 of approximately $920 billion in debt out of $1.46 trillion of student debt. The debt they hold is also made worse by the fact that women overall receive less educational assistance income than men. Disappropriate debt burden can force women to put off saving for retirement, or buying a house, or starting a business, or even putting their next child through college. When underpaid throughout their careers, women are more likely to face financial insecurity in retirement, making women's retirement years more precarious. The pay gap also acts as a drag on Americans' economic growth. According to the Institute for Women's Policy Research analysis of 2016 data, paying women equally would add more than $512 billion to the national income. Closing that gender gap is important not just for West Virginia, but the entire country. I think, that we're always saying, I mentioned those numbers earlier, we're always saying, thank God for Alabama, or thank God for Louisiana. Well, you know what? Alabama in 2018 passed the exact same piece of legislation we have enrolled here in this body. And now we're behind Alabama. and we're behind many other states because many other states have gone on to adopt some piece of legislation. As a matter of fact, let's see, I thought I had a little stat here. Well, I'll end it right there. But I do encourage the chairman to take this piece of legislation, bring it before the committee. Let's vet it, let's talk about it, and let's pass it on the judiciary while we still have time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Other members desiring to speak under remarks by members. Recognize the senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sometimes people choose their profession for the wrong reasons. And we've talked about this topic a little bit today, talking about what we can do to protect children from those who have engaged in inappropriate sexual contact with others and they're registered as sex offenders. And we just addressed that bill a few moments ago. I stand to talk about a bill that's coming our way from the House, House Bill 4378. This is a bill that passed out of the House 98-0, and it will, if it becomes law, mandate that educators who groom students for sexual abuse lose their licenses to teach. I also have a bill that just hit the system, Senate Bill 809, that is of a similar concept. It's an opportunity for us to continue to do what we can do as a legislature to protect our children. This is an issue that it happens far too often in our state, and most educators don't engage in this kind of behavior, but there are enough that we need to do something as a legislature to make sure we protect our children. There was some great reporting done recently about a teacher in Monongalia County who had inappropriate contact with a student and then went out to Arizona and was able to get a job out there, and the folks in Arizona didn't know what had happened here. And so we need to take steps to make sure that someone can't do that and then just go to another county or another state and become employed as a teacher. We need to make sure we do everything we can to prevent teachers from grooming students so that when they walk across that stage at the age of 18, teachers don't engage in inappropriate relationships with students. It's happened. Many of you know about it in your communities. I've seen it in my community, and we have a chance as a legislature to do something about it. I think we've got a duty to do something about it. So I would encourage all of you who sit on the Education Committee to give serious consideration to House Bill 4378 and also Senate Bill 809, something I introduced, which is of a similar nature. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Recognize the senior senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unanimous consent comments from the senator from the junior senator from the 13th and the junior from the 1st be printed in the appendix to the journal.
Without objection, so ordered. Other members desiring to speak under remarks by members. Miscellaneous business. The junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pending announcements, I move the Senate stand adjourned until tomorrow at 11 a.m.
Are there announcements? Senator from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on the Judiciary will meet today at 3:00 p.m. in the Judiciary Committee Room 208 West Wing.
The senior senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Finance will meet today at 3 p.m. room 451M, and the agenda has been posted.
The senator from Upshur County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Natural Resources will meet at 1:30 and 208 West.
The senator from Brooke County.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of myself and the senator from Pleasants County, it's my pleasure to announce that this evening at 4 o'clock there will be a commemoration ceremony in the House of Delegates in their chamber to commemorate the 100th anniversary of West Virginia's ratification of the 19th Amendment. And following that, there will be a reception at the Cultural Center beginning at 5 p.m. Thank you.
Further announcements. For the senator from Wetzel County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure will meet tomorrow morning at 9:30 in the Finance Room. Agenda is posted.
Further announcements. Senator from Wood County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Banking and Insurance will meet at 2 p.m. in 451M.
Further announcement, Senator from Monongalia County.
Thank you, Mr. President. The West Virginia National Organization of Women will be hosting the Fair Pay Pizza Party this afternoon following floor session in 252 East. All members are invited.
Further announcements? Further announcements? If not, question for Senate is, shall the Senate stand adjourned until tomorrow at 11 a.m.? All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the Senate adjourned until tomorrow at 11 a.m.